Chapter 788. Bailey Mingxiang waited in silence. Finally, Long Feiyi called for Uncle Gao to stop after the carriage passed through Lingyun Pass. Bailey Mingxiang quickly jumped out of the carriage as soon as Uncle Gao stopped. She'd learned quite a bit of martial arts over the past few days. Although her skills were average, she wasn't as weak as before. She didn't even need to stand on her tiptoes to get off a carriage. She was hoping that His Highness Duke of Qin would change his mind, but she still felt a little disappointed when he actually called for them to stop. This kind of feeling of loss and contradiction made her very clear how deep she had sunk. She finally understood what love was. It was probably pain and joy at the same time. At least, that was what love had been like in this lifetime. She began to wonder if His Highness Duke of Qin would go to Medical City himself and have them wait here. Or would he take her and Uncle Gao with him? In the end, Bailey Mingxiang was still naive. How could her words affect Long Feiyi's decision? Long Feiyi called a shadow guard to the window and whispered into his ear. Bailey Mingxiang could faintly make out 3 words. After the medical competition, get rid of and Gu Beiwei. Aside from that, she knew nothing. The 3 words formed a complete sentence. After the medical competition, get rid of Gu Beiwei. But Bailey Mingxiang couldn't be sure if that was what His Highness Duke of Qin meant. She had only found out after arriving at Celestial Mountain that Gu Beiwei wasn't just a simple doctor. Gu Beiwei and His Highness Duke of Qin had been exchanging letters all this time, but he'd kept it a secret from esteemed Wang Fei. Bailey Mingxiang had privately asked Adong the Shadow Guard, but Adong's reply was that he didn't know anything about the relationship between His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiwei besides Chu Shifeng. Neither did he dare to ask. Bailey Mingxiang mused that if His Highness Duke of Qin wants to get rid of Gu Beiwei after the competition, then he's probably using Gu Beiwei. If that wasn't the case, then who did His Highness Duke of Qin want to get rid of after the medical skills competition? Gu Beiwei was probably esteemed Wang Fei's best friend. What if esteemed Wang Fei found out that His Highness Duke of Qin was hiding something like this? Bailey Mingxiang didn't dare to imagine. She couldn't help but want to remind His Highness Duke of Qin. Unfortunately, she didn't even have the courage to speak to him. Soon, the Shadow Guard headed east to Medical City. Long Feiyi said to Uncle Gao, "Let's go. We won't rest tonight. We must reach Shajiang within 10 days." Bailey Mingxiang was in a daze. Even after sitting in the carriage, he was still in a daze. She suddenly realized that her little thoughts and melancholy were so laughable. She was simply overthinking things. How could she possibly guess His Highness Duke of Qin's thoughts? Bailey Mingxiang didn't know that his guess was right. Long Feiyi really had hesitated just now, but in the end, he held on to the last shred of reason in his heart. He wasn't a reckless and unrestrained person. Ever since he could remember, he had learned to endure, wait, reason, calm, and restraint. Long Feiyi was on his way to Shajiang when Ning Cheng's troops arrived. He had originally planned to cross the river the next day, but didn't expect to hear such news from Medical City. The 3 armies were ready to move out, but they were stopped by a single piece of news. This was the first time in his life that Ning Cheng had felt so sullen. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night for him. A group of strategists had gathered in the barracks to analyze the current situation, but somehow, it had turned into a Han Yunxi analysis meeting. Someone sighed with emotion. Han Yunxi is really something. She actually managed to redress the grievances of the poison sect for hundreds of years. Someone praised. As expected of the woman Long Feiyi took a fancy to. She's not simple at all. No wonder even someone like Gu would help her. Someone questioned, "Do you think Long Feiyi already knew the truth about the poison sect? Is that why he married Han Yunxi?" Someone else wasn't optimistic. So what if Han Yunxi can redress the poison sect's grievances? She doesn't have the ability to destroy the medical academy. As long as it's not destroyed, she'll always have a chance to deal with them. They don't have any allies in the medical academy. Ning Qing sat lazily on a tiger-skin chair with his legs stretched out on the table. His hands were resting behind his head, but when he heard the discussions, he couldn't help but furrow his brows. Finally, he impatiently interrupted the crowd in the midst of the cries of Han Yunshi. "You're spending the entire night discussing a woman? If any of you can analyze her thoroughly, report it to this prince." The crowd immediately fell silent. After a while, Ning Qing asked coldly, "Does anyone have any objections to mobilizing the troops at daybreak tomorrow? Your Highness Duke of Ning, we are at the heart of the struggle. If we mobilize without any justification, we might become the target of public criticism. In this old subject's opinion, why don't we observe for a few days and see what's going on in Medical City?" A strategist replied seriously. "Bailey Yuanlong has already led his troops here. Do you think he'll give up if this prince doesn't mobilize?" Ning Qing retorted. "Your Highness Duke of Ning, if we don't mobilize, Bailey Yuanlong will be without any justification. The South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate just survived a calamity. In this old subject's opinion, as long as we stop, Bailey Yuanlong won't really mobilize his troop. Even if he does, we'll wait for him to make the first move. This old subject doesn't believe that Bailey Yuanlong's navy, which has never tasted meat before, can compare to our cannons." The strategist replied. Ning Qing swept his gaze over the crowd, a faint smile tugging at his lips that even he didn't notice. "So it looks like everyone wants to wait and see?" "That's right. At the very least, before the Medical Academy's new head takes office, we'll have to deal with all changes by sticking to the status quo," the strategist said seriously. Ning Qing slapped his thigh. "Good. This time, this prince will listen to you all. Pass down the order to withdraw 3 parts of the army and wait for further orders." Everyone present was both delighted and puzzled. When Ning Qing was still a general, he'd always acted willfully and rarely listened to his strategist's suggestions. Moreover, whenever he mobilized troops, there was no rule that he wouldn't fight. What was going on this time? After the strategists retreated, Ning Qing immediately took off his silver armor and changed into a set of black robes, looking like a mysterious Jianghu person. The deputy general stared blankly from the side and couldn't help but ask, "Your Highness Duke of Ning, are you really going? While this prince is away, you'll be in charge of all military affairs. If anything happens, immediately send a letter by Eagle," Ning Qing instructed coldly. But, before the deputy general could finish, Ning Qing had already picked up his sword and left through the back door. By the time the deputy general chased after him, he was already nowhere to be seen. His heart was filled with bitterness. Not only did he have to take on all military affairs, he also had to shoulder the pressure from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. After all, His Highness Duke of Ning had left in secret this time. The place he wanted to go was none other than Medical City. The Deputy General couldn't figure out why His Highness Duke of Ning was rushing to Medical City at a time like this. By the time he got there, the medical skills competition would have already ended. Once that was over, the new head would take office and the situation would be set in stone. Could it be that His Highness Duke of Ningqing had no reason to send troops to capture Han Yunshi? The Deputy General was frightened by his own thoughts. How could His Highness Duke of Ning be such an irrational person? The Deputy General was conflicted for an entire night. In the end, he told himself that the Duke of Ning had to have some big plan, so he had to go. Ning Qing had secretly rushed to Medical City without even telling Ning Jing. That night, Ning Jing stayed up all night in Tang Li's arms. She dearly wanted to ask Tang Li why he was helping Han Yunshi, but after much hesitation, she fell silent. She didn't want Tang Li to be attracted to Han Yunshi, but she didn't want Tang Li and Han Yunshi to have any sort of secret relationship. She should write a letter to Ning Qing immediately and tell him of her suspicions, but for some reason, she didn't. She carefully removed Tang Li's hand from her waist, but as soon as Tang Li's hand left her, his long legs wrapped around hers tightly so that she couldn't move. She didn't push him away again. Instead, she curled her neck and nestled in his arms. Mornings in Medical City had always been beautiful for Ning Jing, but today, the city was bustling as soon as the sun rose. Inside and outside the apricot forest, it was packed with people. In fact, people had been waiting outside the apricot forest since last night. Those who weren't invited into the apricot forest could only wait outside, hoping to get the news as soon as possible. Everyone was looking forward to today's medical skills competition and guessing who the new dean of the medical college would be. The medical skills competition hadn't even started yet, but the city was already in an uproar. However, just as the competition was about to start, a piece of shocking news shook the entire medical city. Gu Beiwei actually signed up for the medical skills competition on the spot. Although there were many conditions to participate in the medical skills competition, and at least 20 people from the medical college were eligible to participate, only 3 people actually participated. They were the 3 vice presidents, Lin, Hua, and Ouyang. They were all equal in strength, being 7th-rank medical sages. Their strength was also equal, and they all claimed to be part of a faction in Medical City. Their voices were also equal, and the number of supporters was also equal. However, just as the 3 of them stepped onto the stage, Gu Beiwei gracefully walked onto the stage in a white robe, instantly becoming the center of attention. Gu Beiwei? You? Vice President Lin laughed in disbelief. Is Dr. Gu sure he wants to participate? Did you come to the wrong place? Vice President Ouyang was relatively calm. Vice President was sneered, not saying a word. Han Yunxi's performance yesterday was extraordinary, so they naturally knew that Gu Beiwei's skills were above that of a 5th-rank divine doctor. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to stand out. The 3 of them all thought that Gu Beiwei would participate in other competitions to improve his medical skills and obtain an official position in the medical college so that he could speak up for Han Yunxi. However, they never imagined that Gu Beiwei was actually aiming for the position of dean. It was simply wishful thinking. Not to mention the 3 of them, even the audience was in an uproar. Even 3rd Elder Shun and Luo Zuishan were very shocked. 3rd Elder Shun finally understood why Gu Beiwei and Han Yunxi had stopped him from participating in the medical skills competition yesterday. 3rd Elder, this Dr. Gu, this. Luo Zuishan didn't know what to say. Esteemed Wang Fei is really taking a risk this time. The 3 vice presidents' medical skills are all genuine, so things aren't as simple as they think. The medical skills competition requires one to practice medicine on the spot. Even if they have new research, it won't help. 3rd Elder Shun was deeply worried. Gu sat beside Han Yunxi. It was rare for him to be curious about men, so he asked in a low voice, "Is this how he plans to deal with the rest? You don't trust him?" Han Yunxi asked. "Why should you trust him?" Gu asked back. "He saved Long Feiyi before. Last time, Long Feiyi was stabbed in the heart by an assassin and almost lost his life. He was the one who saved him," Han Yunxi said in a low voice. Gu narrowed his eyes. Chapter 789. Because of Han Yunxi's words, Gu no longer looked at Gu Beiwei with disdain. He rubbed his chin and became interested. Although the crowd was filled with whispers and jeers, Gu Beiwei remained calm and composed as he stood on the stage with a faint smile. Finally, department head Hua spoke up. "Young man, your courage deserves praise for standing on this stage. If the medical academy had more juniors like you, us old bones can set our hearts at ease." "You flatter me." Gu Beiwei was modest, but he wasn't humble at all. Is there anyone else who wants to come on stage?" Department head Hua looked at the young disciples of the medical academy. They didn't even have the guts to steal, much less the heart. Every single one of them lowered their heads in disappointment. "Since there's no one else, shall we begin?" Department head Hua looked towards the judging panel. The medical skills competition was supposed to be hosted by the old academy head. Now that Gu Yuntian was in jail awaiting trial, the medical academy had gathered the clan heads of various reputable families in Medical City to form the judging panel. Of course, the Gu, Hua, Lin, and Ouyang clans couldn't attend because they wanted to avoid arousing suspicion. Very soon, the judging panel announced the start of the competition. As the name implied, the competition was a competition of medical skills. It wasn't a case report or the results of medical research, but a real competition of skills that involved treating patients on the spot. No one had the ability to find multiple patients with the exact same conditions for multiple doctors to treat. Even if the conditions were the same, the body's constitution and resistance to diseases were different. Thus, Medical City's medical skills competition used a random selection of patients. Every day, countless people came from all over Cloud Realm continent to seek medical treatment. The medical academy had 10 consultation halls under it, where specialized personnel would record the cases and categorize them according to the difficulty of treatment. Then they'd send the patients to different ranks of doctors. The medical skills competition required cases to be randomly selected from the most difficult cases to treat. As soon as the judging panel announced the start of the competition, a medical assistant brought out a pot filled with 10 bamboo sticks. It was only at this moment that the crowd quieted down. Everyone was looking forward to the exquisite competition between the 3 department heads. They were even more looking forward to Gu Beiyue's overestimation of his abilities and disgrace himself. The head of the judging panel, Master Ren, stood up and said seriously, "For the sake of fairness, the judging panel has selected 10 cases of the same grade. Now, 4 doctors, please pick 1 case each." This time, the entire audience became even more silent. The 4 people on the stage simultaneously drew a bamboo stick from the pot. There was a note tied to the end of the bamboo stick, and the medical record was written on it. After drawing lots, everyone tore open the paper. Gu Beiyue was usually a quiet person. At this moment, he stood on the high platform and seemed even quieter. It was as if he was outside the world and had nothing to do with it. Han Yunxi looked at him from afar, feeling a little uneasy. There was no absolute fairness in the world. This method of drawing lots seemed fair, but in fact there was a large element of luck in it. First of all, these cases were only of the same grade of difficulty, but not the same. There were still differences in difficulty between cases. Second of all, these cases were not divided into departments. Although the 4 doctors on the stage were proficient in each department, there was still a distinction between what they were best at and what they were worst at. Third of all, what were the criteria for judging? Some cases could be completely cured in a few days, but others required a long period of recuperation. Although the judging panel would give a comprehensive evaluation of all aspects, this kind of extremely subjective evaluation made Gu Beiyue very disadvantaged. According to Han Yunxi's understanding, Gu Beiyue was not acquainted with any of the 5 major families on the judging panel. This was a competition where man proposes and God disposes. Even though Gu Beiyue had told her not to worry before going on stage, Han Yunxi couldn't help but feel nervous. Department Head Hua was the first to hand the paper he had drawn to the judging panel. Department Head Hua has drawn a case of a strange illness. The patient is only 20 years old, female, and began to age a month ago. The judging panel had just finished their announcement when the patient was invited onto the stage. The scene was in an uproar. The female patient's face was full of wrinkles, and she looked like a 7 or 8-year-old granny. Ha ha ha. Looks like Department Head Hua is going to show his skills. Gu Qishao laughed without restraint. Old granny, it's your good fortune to meet Department Head Hua. Just wait for him to bring you back to life. Han Yunxi couldn't help but snicker. Department Head Hua's luck was really bad, wasn't it? This kind of illness was strange even in modern times, let alone ancient times. It was very difficult to treat or even impossible to treat. This was premature aging. No matter how calm Department Head Hua was, he couldn't hide the despair on his face. He had seen this kind of illness before, but he still couldn't treat it. Beside him, Department Head Ouyang's expression was even uglier than his. Very soon, the judging panel announced the case that Department Head Ouyang had drawn. Department Head Ouyang has also drawn a case of a strange illness, and its cloud realms first. The patient is in his 50s and 70s, male. He was unable to eat a day ago, and can't even drink liquid food or water. If this illness is delayed, he'll undoubtedly die. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, so shocked that they couldn't speak. Even Gu was dumbstruck. No one had ever heard of this illness, nor could they imagine it. Heavens, how can this be treated? Ning Jing muttered to herself. He can't drink a drop of water, and he's so old. It'll be strange if he doesn't starve to death after a few days. Tang Li said thoughtfully, maybe he'll die before Department Head Ouyang can figure out a cure. Won't he lose if he dies? Currently, Han Yunxi was pondering the same question while sitting by his side. Although Department Head Hua's case was strange, it wasn't fatal and there was plenty of time to treat it. However, wasn't Department Head Ouyang's case a little too tragic? Han Yunxi remembered the case she'd seen before. If a person went on a hunger strike without water, the longest they'd lasted was over 70 days. However, if they couldn't even drink water, that person wouldn't last more than 7 days. The time limit for the medical skills competition was 10 days. After 10 days, the judging panel would make a judgment based on the patient's condition and the doctor's analysis of the case, treatment plan, and treatment progress. It was impossible for Department Head Ouyang to find a cure for such a strange illness within 10 days. Moreover, with the current medical conditions, he couldn't give the patient an intravenous infusion, nor could he insert a feeding tube to feed the patient. Han Yunxi had seen a congenital illness called glycosylation disorder type 2. Due to certain reasons, the child would vomit as soon as he ate. As for Department Head Ouyang's case, it was her first time seeing it at such an old age. As expected of the most difficult case in medical school, Han Yunxi grew more and more uneasy. Just as she'd analyzed, luck played a large part in the drawing of lot. Who knew what Gu Beiyue would draw? At that moment, the judging panel announced Department Head Lin's case. This is an amnesia patient with severe brain injuries. She's a woman in her 30s and has already lost her memory for 10 years. The crowd fell silent as soon as the announcement was made. Everyone's expressions were strange. Amnesia was really hard to predict. Sometimes it could recover on its own without treatment, but sometimes even Hua Tuo might not be able to cure it. However, one had to admit that Department Head Lin was simply too lucky compared to Department Head Hua and Department Head Ouyang's cases. At least, he could come up with some treatment methods, while the other two didn't even have a complete understanding of the illness. Although the 3 department heads' cases were announced, they didn't bat an eyelid, but their hearts were probably in a perilous situation. Department Head Lin had the absolute upper hand. At that moment, everyone's eyes fell on the slip of paper in Gu Beiyue's hand. What kind of case did he get? Han Yunxi clenched her fists, while Gu bit his fingers. They silently watched as Gu Beiyue handed the slip of paper to the judging panel. The judging panel looked at the slip of paper with strange expressions. Their reactions were even stranger than when they'd seen the 3 department heads' notes. Suddenly, House Hedron chuckled. "Ha ha, interesting, interesting." His words made the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Gu shouted impatiently, "What do you mean? What are you dawdling about for?" House Hedren's eyes flashed with displeasure before he announced, "Dr. Gu's case is dystocia. The woman entered the delivery room at noon yesterday with abdominal pain, and her water hasn't broken yet." At this point, the crowd was silent at first, but then burst into laughter. How could a grown man like Gu Beiyue endure drawing such a case? No wonder House Hedren said it was interesting. Even the 3 department heads couldn't help laughing. Did they want Gu Beiyue to be a midwife? Gu pursed his lips at first, but in the end, he couldn't help but laugh. Han Yunshi couldn't laugh at all. She whispered, Xiaoqi, Gu Beiyue is very dangerous. He's even more dangerous than Department Head Ouyang. Isn't it just giving birth? Dystocia will happen after 2 or 3 days, right? Gu didn't know about this, but he had heard about it since he grew up in medical school. If it's an ordinary dystocia, how can it be listed on the same level of difficulty as those strange cases? Han Yunshi sat too far away. She couldn't see the emotions in Gu Beiyue's eyes. Before Gu could answer, House Headrin continued to announce, the woman's abdomen is huge. According to the midwife's estimation, it's suspected to be multiple births. Therefore, she was sent to the medical school before dawn. Han Yunshi's clenched fists suddenly loosened. She didn't relax but felt powerless. Multiple births. Even under modern medical conditions, most hospitals would require a cesarean section as long as it was twins. This was to prevent the second child from suffering from intrauterine distress, lack of oxygen, or inability to deliver. In ancient times, there were many cases of twins giving birth naturally, but the probability of death from dystocia was even higher. If it was light, the second child couldn't be saved. If it was serious, the mother would lose too much blood and lose 2 lives. Twins were already like this, let alone multiple birth. Most people's impression of childbirth was that it was painful. In fact, childbirth was a matter of life and death. Now, the woman had been in pain for almost a day and her water hadn't broken yet. She had used up a lot of energy. Moreover, it was impossible to determine how many babies she had in her womb and the fetal position of each baby. Even if the mother had enough strength, as long as there was a misplacement of the fetus and it was not conducive to a natural birth, it would be a fatal matter. Department Head Ouyang's patient, who didn't drink a drop of water, could endure for about 7 days. Gu Beiyue, the woman, could only last for 3 days at most. Han Yunshi looked at Gu Beiyue from afar. House Headren's voice sounded in her ears. This medical competition will last for 10 days. After 10 days, please hurry into the treatment room. I wish everyone good luck. Chapter 790. There was a special treatment room in the apricot forest. In the secluded forest, there were individual courtyards lined up in a row. The distance between each courtyard was about 10 steps. The 4 patients had been arranged to enter the treatment room. The 3 department heads and Gu Beiyue were also present. A medical assistant was arranged in each treatment room to announce the progress of the treatment. Because it was a competition, whether it was the patient's condition or the doctor's diagnosis and treatment, as long as there was progress, it must be announced. The situation of the 4 cases had already been spread out. Outside the apricot forest, the whole medical city was paying attention to this matter. At this moment, they were most concerned about the pregnant woman in Gu Beiyue's hands. In the apricot forest, the 3 department heads' courtyards were empty. Gu Beiyue's courtyard was so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The courtyard was full of seats, and there wasn't even a place to stand. Everyone would rather crowd outside the courtyard than go to the other 3 courtyards. Even the referees were personally guarding outside Gu Beiyue's door. This case was essentially a case of emergency treatment. Han Yunshi and Gu sat behind the referees. Looking at the maidservants who were carrying hot water in and out, and listening to the cries of pain from time to time, Han Yunshi couldn't wait to rush in and help. Gu was rarely so serious and didn't smile. Family head Xiao squeezed for a long time and finally squeezed behind Han Yunshi. He whispered, Princess Consort, don't worry. Imperial physician Gu will definitely be able to do it. Han Yunshi recognized that it was family head Xiao. She turned around and glared at him fiercely. Without saying a word, she turned her head back. The Xiao family of the south-central region was so snobbish. She would remember this. Gu Beiyue had been in for 2 hours, and the pregnant woman had also been in pain for 2 hours. So far, the medical assistant hadn't come out. Han Yunshi knew that the pregnant woman's water hadn't broken yet. To give birth to the child, the water had to break first. If the amniotic fluid didn't break, the pain would continue. Once it was delayed, the pregnant woman would only be tortured until she had no strength and become mentally fragile. Gu Beiwe and the midwife should understand this, so they would definitely comfort the pregnant woman to stay calm and not waste her energy by crying. However, the pregnant woman was still crying. Either Gu Beiwe and the others could not stabilize the pregnant woman, or the pregnant woman was in too much pain. If it was any other matter, no news was good news. But for this matter, no news was bad news. Another 2 hours passed, and the discussions in the courtyard grew more and more intense. Han Yunxi's heart was in a mess. In modern times there were artificial methods to break the water. But now, what could Gu Beiwe do? She did not dare to imagine that if the pregnant woman continued to be in pain, would she eventually die in the delivery room due to exhaustion? Suddenly, the medical assistant came out from the side door. In an instant, the entire place fell silent. Dr. Gu diagnosed that the pregnant woman is pregnant with quadruplets and her water hasn't broken yet. Quadruplets, it's over, it's over. It's either the adults or the children. If we can only protect one side, then why would we need Gu Beiwe? The midwife would be enough. The water hasn't broken yet. We don't know the fetal position. If we can't fix the adults, we won't be able to save the children. The sound of discussion gradually rose. At this moment, many people had forgotten that this was a competition and treated it as a rescue that concerned their lives. Suddenly, the screams in the room stopped abruptly. What was going on? The medical assistant rushed in and came out with a development. Imperial physician Gu used acupuncture to relieve pain during labor to reduce the pregnant woman's pain. Hearing this, Han Yunxi's heart calmed down a little. Everyone also breathed a sigh of relief. The pregnant woman did not cry out in pain. At least she could conserve her energy. Giving birth after the water broke required a lot of energy. Using acupuncture to relieve pain? Haha, wonderful, wonderful! Gu Beiwe thought of this. Someone in the judging panel praised. Han Yunxi laughed. This method was called painless labor in modern times and required medication. She did not expect Gu Beiwe to be able to do it with a few needles. He was really amazing. It was also thanks to him that he thought of it and figured it out. Inside the room, a piece of black cloth hung over the pregnant woman's body, dividing her into two and blocking the awkwardness. The midwife guarded the lower body while Gu Beiwe sat behind the pregnant woman's head. He was concentrating on her acupuncture. The pregnant woman's face was pale and she was drenched in sweat. She was extremely tired, but she still opened her eyes slightly and looked at the gentleman in front of her. It was as if she could see safety and hope when she looked at him. She did not know if it was his hands or his needles that had magical powers, but she did not feel any pain at all. Gu Beiwe quickly realized that the pregnant woman was looking at him. His expression did not change and he was calm. However, the words that came out of his mouth were not gentle at all. Instead, they were very serious. If you want to save each child, immediately close your eyes and rest. This is your responsibility. The pregnant woman was so shocked that she immediately closed her eyes. Gu Beiwe then continued with the acupuncture. He casually ordered, "Go make a bowl of rooster soup and add some ginseng." The room calmed down as the pregnant woman fell silent. However, outside the room, everyone was still waiting anxiously. Soon, the medical assistant came to report that the pregnant woman's water finally broke. The midwife was delivering the baby and imperial physician Gu was still performing acupuncture to relieve the pregnant woman's pain and promote the dilation of the uterus. Finally, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, no one expected that after the news of the water breaking, there was still no news of the baby being born. 1 day and 1 night was the limit. If the amniotic fluid ran out or the amniotic fluid was contaminated, the baby would be in danger. Under such medical conditions, there was no way to save the child. Everyone's hearts were in a knot. At this moment, the medical assistant came with bad news. The first child is born upside down. She still can't give birth. It's really a difficult labor. Upside down meant that the baby's feet came out first. The entire room was silent. Patriarch Rin stood up abruptly and asked in shock, "What can Gu Beiwe do? What do you plan to do?" In this situation, if the baby could not be born, then they could only choose to save the mother or the child. If they wanted to save the child, they would disregard the mother's wound and expand the uterus to carry the child out directly. The mother would definitely die from excessive blood loss. If they wanted to save the mother, it would be rather cruel. They would cut the child into pieces. Before the medical assistant could answer, the pregnant woman's husband rushed out from the side hall and knelt in front of the judges. "We want to change the doctor. We want to change the doctor." The medical college had naturally communicated with the patient's family members to choose these cases for the medical skills competition and obtained their consent. However, now that it was a matter of life and death, the family members were more willing to trust the deputy director and the rest. If they did not participate in the medical skills competition, even if they wanted to save the baby, they would not be able to find the deputy director of the medical college. A 7th grade medical sage would at most be able to find a 5th grade or 5th grade doctor. However, in such a big event, they would naturally ask for the best doctor. The judges were also hesitant. If it was another 7th grade doctor, they might still have a chance. However, if they were to hand it over to Gu Beiwe, a 5th grade divine doctor, the consequences would be unpredictable. What should they do? After an emergency discussion among the judges, Patriarch Rin ordered someone to summon the 3 deputy directors and the obstetrics specialists from the medical college. The medical skills competition was suspended and the consultation was to focus on saving the baby. Han Yunqi's eyes were filled with complex emotions. Her only consolation was that the medical college was humane and at least knew to prioritize saving the baby. The 3 deputy directors and a few female doctors entered the delivery room to understand the situation. After a discussion, they all came out. They had no other choice but to give the same answer: save the mother or save the baby. The man collapsed on the ground in despair. This was probably the most painful choice in life. "Please make a decision as soon as possible. If you don't make a decision soon, we won't be able to save the baby," Deputy Director Lin urged. "What did Dr. Gu say?" Han Yunqi asked anxiously. Did Gu Beiwe participate in their consultation? Was he still performing the acupuncture? What did he think? What else can Dr. Gu do other than relieve the pain? Deputy Director Lin sneered. When they went in just now, not only did Gu Beiwe ignore them, he even asked them to come out. At this time, they were too lazy to argue with Gu Beiwe. They just let him perform the acupuncture, and they did their own consultation. Save the mother or save the baby? Hurry up and make a decision. Deputy Director Ouyang urged. The man's eyes were red from crying. In the end, he had no choice but to make a decision. Save the baby. This was a quadruplet. If he saved the baby, he might be able to save all 4 children. If he saved the mother, only one would be left. My condolences. A female doctor sighed helplessly and turned to enter the room. Unexpectedly, the medical assistant came out to stop her. Wait, Dr. Gu said that he can keep the mother and child safe. Please calm down. The female doctor was stunned at first, then she frowned. Is Gu Beiwe crazy? Where does he get the ability to keep the mother and child safe? This is simply a fool's dream. That's what Dr. Gu said. He asked me to stand guard at the door. Other than changing the water, no one is allowed to disturb them, the medical assistant said seriously. Nonsense. This is absolute nonsense. If it's a matter of life and death, he can't be allowed to act recklessly. A mere 5th-rank divine doctor, and one who's not even an obstetrician, where does he get his confidence from? Deputy Director Lin was furious. He strode over and pushed the medical assistant aside. Just as he was about to kick the door open, his leg was viciously kicked away. He lost his footing and fell flat on his back. Gu stepped on Deputy Director Lin's chest and looked up at the crowd with a smile. If anyone dares to force their way in, I guarantee that they'll die first outside the room. Gu! How dare you? Deputy Director Huo roared. Guards, take this audacious madman away. Deputy Director Ouyang urgently called for his men. Unfortunately, none of the guards dared to step forward. Gu was stepping on Deputy Director Lin's chest and his life. Perhaps they didn't know Gu well, but they all knew Gu Qisha. No one doubted his ruthlessness. The two deputy directors and the panel of judges all looked at Han Yunxi. Even the female doctors looked over and tried to persuade her. Qin Wangfei, if this drags on any longer, we'll really die. We've seen this kind of thing too many times. If there was a way, would Dr. Gu even have a chance? Besides, has Dr. Gu never delivered a child before? Isn't that right? Esteemed Wang Fei, please advise him. Dr. Gu can't do this. He can't use other people's lives as an experiment. The situation is so urgent. Esteemed Wang Fei, are you really going to watch these people die? Han Yunxi ignored them. She walked over and leaned against the door with her arms crossed. At this moment, the despairing man suddenly pounced on Gu and roared like a madman. Get out of my way! You're killing people. Are you going to kill my child? Gu Beiwei, get out here! I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I want the child. The child. There was still no response from inside the room. After being pushed aside by Gu, the man pounced on Han Yunxi. Fortunately, Gu blocked him. Han Yunxi, what right do you have to stand in my way? You want to experiment on my wife and child, don't you? The man asked angrily. What right do you have to choose between the mother and the child? Your wife is still conscious, so she's the only one who has the right to choose. Her life is her own, and she carried the child with great difficulty for 10 months. Han Yunxi's words intimidated the man. She immediately sent a medical assistant in to inquire about the pregnant woman's choice. Chapter 791. Han Yunxi's questions not only stunned the man, but all the men present. No matter how liberal Cloud Realm Continent was, it was still a society where men were superior to women. In everyone's minds, men had the right to choose, while women's fates were decided by men. Of the women present, some were shocked, some were filled with admiration, but there were also those who found it incomprehensible. A female doctor suddenly laughed out loud. Han Yunxi, are you pretending to be stupid, or are you really stupid? Ask any of the mothers here who've given birth before. Ask them what they'd choose. If you keep delaying, you won't be able to bear the consequences. What mother would sacrifice her child for her own sake? Of course it's to save the child. Do you even need to ask? That's right, this is simply a waste of time. If you can't even save the child, you'll all be committing a sin. Han Yunxi, you can't be so selfish. Despite the protests, Han Yunxi remained leaning against the door. Cold as she stared at the troublemaker, she clarified, stop trying to confuse the public. This Wang Fei is letting the pregnant woman choose to believe Gu Beiwei or you guys. I don't have the right to make her choose between saving the mother and the child. If there was a choice, what mother would be willing to abandon her newborn child? The female doctor was at a loss for words. She shot looks at the other department heads as the man began to stammer at Han Yunxi. I'm her husband. I don't need you to tell me which doctor I want to believe. Who do you think you are? Don't think too highly of yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, the medical assistant suddenly rushed out, drawing everyone's attention. Even the man grew nervous. The assistant was so anxious that he couldn't catch his breath. He took a deep breath and said loudly, the pregnant woman says she trusts Dr. Gu, trusts Dr. Gu. The other doctors don't need to go in. At this, Han Yunxi glared fiercely at the man, causing his rage to wilt under her glare. The medical assistant continued, Master Ren, Dr. Gu requests for you to quickly invite the fourth miss of the Ren family over. He needs her help with the delivery. There were several top female obstetricians present. Gu Beiwei actually wanted to look for the fourth daughter of the Ren family? Everyone was astonished, and Patriarch Ren was even more surprised. The fourth miss of the Ren family was his legitimate daughter. She had been studying medicine since she was a child, and had only started to specialize in obstetrics a few years ago. She was incomparable to the experienced female doctors present. Who are they? Han Yunshi asked Gu in a low voice. She's the daughter that Patriarch Ren dotes on the most. I'm not sure about her medical skills. Haha, Gu Beiwei picked an interesting person, Gu said with a smile. Fourth young Mistress Ren's participation would have a huge impact on the decisions of the referees. Although there were many complaints about Gu Beiwei picking fourth young Mistress Ren to help, they didn't say it out loud for the sake of Patriarch Ren. Patriarch Ren didn't think highly of Gu Beiwei and didn't want his daughter to get involved in this mess. He was about to refuse when fourth young Mistress Ren appeared in the crowd. I'm here. I'm here. The situation is urgent. If the baby isn't born soon, it will be dangerous. She pushed through the crowd and was about to enter the house. Stop! Patriarch Ren said sternly. The seniors in the obstetrics department are all here. Why aren't you greeting them? Patriarch Ren's words were reserved, but fourth young Mistress Ren said anxiously, Father, it's a matter of life and death. Let's greet them later. Patriarch Ren grabbed her hand and winked at her. Han Yunshi looked at fourth young Mistress Ren seriously. She was in her early 20s and looked delicate and pretty. You know that it's a matter of life and death. You can't handle it. You're not allowed to go. Patriarch Ren finally got angry. Father, I can handle it. Dr. Gu is the attending physician. He has the right to choose the assistant. Fourth young Mistress Ren shook her hand vigorously, but she couldn't get rid of his grip. Han Yunshi gave her a look, and Su Donglin suddenly grabbed Patriarch Ren's wrist. Han Yunshi personally pushed the door open and let fourth young Mistress Ren in. As soon as she entered, she leaned against the door to block her. Han Yunshi! Patriarch Ren was furious. Su Donglin drew his sword and stood in front of Han Yunshi. Gu was still standing on Deputy Lin. He stood at the side door, allowing only the servant girls to bring in hot water. You! Deputy Hua angrily pointed at Han Yunshi. You! Very good. Han Yunshi, old man is telling you, if Gu Beiwei fails, don't even think about taking half a step out of this courtyard. If Gu Beiwei fails, I'll make you pay with your life. The man also warned. Everyone waited nervously. News of what happened here had already spread outside the apricot grove and quickly spread throughout Medical City. The medical skills competition had already been forgotten. The pregnant woman had become the focus of the entire city. Everyone was anxiously waiting for the result. Would she live? Would she die? How many lives? How many deaths? If Gu Beiwei succeeded, he wouldn't necessarily be successful. What awaited him was the temporary suspension of the medical skills competition. If Gu Beiwei failed, he would become the target of public criticism. Not only would his reputation be ruined, but he would also be denounced and criticized by the entire city. Meanwhile, Han Yunshi and Gu Qishao's group would be labeled as accomplices as well. All the effort they had put into coming to Medical City would be for naught. Han Yunshi leaned against the door, facing the countless disdainful and angry gazes in the courtyard. Her expression was calm, and her bright eyes were filled with determination. However, she heard an incomparably tense conversation. The delivery room was like a fierce battlefield. The midwife and fourth young Miss Ren were doing their best. No, I can see the baby's foot. It's about to come out. The midwife shouted. Block it. You must block it. Everyone, come and help. Fourth young Miss Ren shouted. In the case of an upside-down delivery, 1 foot or both feet, 1 knee or both knees, or 1 foot or 1 knee would be exposed first. This situation was accompanied by the possibility of the umbilical cord slipping out of the space next to the fetus foot at any time, causing umbilical cord prolapse. The umbilical cord was the life of the fetus, supplying blood and oxygen. Once it fell, it would cause acute hypoxia. If it lasted for more than 7 minutes, the fetus would die in the womb. Therefore, when the foot came out first, the method of blocking the buttocks was necessary to prevent the fetus foot from coming out. The buttocks had to be blocked until the fetus buttocks fell into the pelvic cavity and the uterus was opened. Only then would the mother be able to give birth in a complete breech delivery. Blocking the buttocks was the key to this battle. The mother's energy was the only force that could sustain this battle. The mother had to race against time. In the silence, the man suddenly shouted, "How is it now? At least let me know what the situation is now." The foot came out first. "It's being blocked," Han Yunshi replied calmly. "It's been so long since the water broke. No, it's too dangerous. Gu Beiwe, it's not just one child, it's 4. You don't have that much time." The female doctor shouted angrily. "Shut up. Whoever disturbs him will be responsible." Han Yunshi's voice was even louder than hers. Everyone looked at each other in shock. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Han Yunshi's heart was pounding wildly. She wasn't worried about the consequences, but about the lives. 5 lives. One had to know that she was also born upside down. Madame Tianxin had died in childbirth. She didn't know how skilled Gu Beiwe was, especially in the field of obstetrics. However, she chose to believe him resolutely. Gu Beiwe had never disappointed her before. This time, she must not let him down either. Behind them, the midwife and 4th young mistress Ren were talking non-stop. However, Gu Beiwe didn't say a word. What was he doing? In the silence, the midwife's cries could be heard from the other side of the door. "I can't block it anymore, I can't block it anymore." At this moment, Han Yunshi's heart almost jumped out of her chest. However, a gentle but powerful voice calmed her down instantly. It also calmed the nervous midwife and 4th young mistress Ren. Gu Beiwe said, "4th young mistress Ren, insert a fine silk needle into the heart of the child's foot. Insert the needle 1 to 2 inches 3 to 4 times." "Okay." 4th young mistress Ren was completely obedient to Gu Beiwe. She immediately did as she was told. Soon, a miracle happened. The fetus foot was pierced by the needle. It shrank back in fear and turned around immediately. Its head fell off first. Wah! A clear cry broke the almost frozen air. Whether it was inside or outside the room, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. It was as if they had been suffocating for a long time and were finally able to breathe fresh air. The people outside the room didn't know what was going on inside the room. Han Yunshi leaned against the door and heard everything clearly. The mother still had the strength to speak, so the situation wasn't too bad. "The second one is out too. Hurry, it's the head position. The head is at the bottom." The midwife was overjoyed. "Mother, let's do it again. Take a deep breath and push harder. Cooperate with me. When I say push harder, push harder. We have to hurry." 4th young mistress Ren was still a little anxious. The first child was very difficult. However, after the uterus was opened, the next 3 children came out very smoothly and quickly. The continuous crying made it difficult for the people outside to hear clearly how many children were crying. Anyway, when they heard the crying, most of them were relieved. At least the father of the children was smiling. However, Han Yunshi still stood motionless. She knew that the mother hadn't passed the critical stage yet. Perhaps the wound was too big and the bleeding couldn't be stopped. There was also a very scary symptom called amniotic fluid embolism. During the delivery process, the amniotic fluid suddenly entered the mother's blood circulation. It would cause respiratory failure, bleeding all over the body, and damage to multiple organs. This disease could occur before, during, and after delivery. Once the disease broke out, the mortality rate was as high as 80%. The crying of the children became louder and louder. The father became more and more excited. He rushed to the door. "How many children did you save? Did you save all of them? I want to see my children. Bring the children out quickly. Han Yunshi looked at him coldly and didn't say anything. After a while, the midwife and maidservants carried out the clean children. For a moment, everyone looked over. The 4 children, 2 boys and 2 girls, were all safe. They didn't know if it was because they couldn't find their mother's breath, but they were all crying loudly. It's good that you saved them, good. 2 boys and 2 girls, congratulations. Congratulations. Finally, there's no danger. Bodhisattva bless, Bodhisattva bless. Dr. Gu is really something. I didn't expect 4th young Mistress Rin to be so capable. Haha, Master Rin, you're not being kind by hiding such a daughter. Are you afraid that you can't keep her when the matchmaker comes looking for you? Haha. In the midst of the celebration, the mother was forgotten. Han Yunshi looked at everyone coldly, waiting and praying. Chapter 792. Gu let go of Deputy Lin and walked over happily. Poison lass, this Gu Beiwei is really something. He hid it well. At least, Gu wouldn't look down on Gu Beiwei anymore. Han Yunshi nodded but didn't say anything. Gu sized her up. What's wrong? Scared silly? He quickly found a chair and helped Han Yunshi sit down. Han Yunshi said, It's not over yet. What's there to be happy about? Gu didn't understand. He looked at the 4 children who were surrounded. Haven't they all been born? The mother isn't out of danger yet. There are many accidents after childbirth, Han Yunshi added. At least, Gu Beiwei isn't out yet. She had to admit that she was a little uneasy. If everything had gone smoothly, Gu Beiwei would have been out long ago. The rest of the work could have been left to 4th young Miss Ren. The medical assistant had said that Gu Beiwei was only performing acupuncture and wouldn't deliver the babies. Really? Gu Qishao knew very little about such things. What kind of accidents? Han Yunshi was about to explain when a terrifying scream came from inside the room. It was so loud that everyone outside the room was stunned. Everyone's laughter froze on their faces. Even the crying babies seemed to have sensed something and stopped. Han Yunshi opened the door and went in without a word. Xiaoyan, what's wrong? Patriarch Ren rushed over and recognized his daughter's voice. Han Yunshi had just gone in when 4th young Miss Ren and a group of maidservants rushed out. 4th young Miss Ren's hands and body were covered in blood. She looked terrified. She's bleeding. She's bleeding profusely. She was fine just now, but suddenly she's bleeding. There's so much blood. She wanted to see the children. I wanted to come out and hold them, but she suddenly started bleeding. Her entire body is bleeding. I can't stop it. Everyone was shocked and panicked. The 3 department heads, a few directors, and a few obstetricians all entered the room, and the door was quickly surrounded. The pregnant woman had been cleaned up and changed into clean clothes. However, at this moment, her entire body was soaked in a pool of blood. Blood was gushing out of her body like a fountain, and even her skin was bleeding non-stop. Gu Beiwei's white clothes had long been dyed red. Han Yunshi had never seen such a serious expression on his face, nor had she seen him sweating profusely. He was continuously inserting needles. Han Yunshi could clearly see that his hands were trembling. Everyone was stunned by this scene, including the most experienced obstetrician and the 3 most skilled associate hospital directors. How could this be? They had seen postpartum hemorrhage and knew that it was only from the lower body. Why is he bleeding all over? Moreover, the bleeding in his lower body had never been so fierce. How was this flowing? It was simply gushing. What exactly happened? Gu Beiwei, what did you do? Department head Lin suddenly asked angrily. Gu Beiwei ignored him and hurriedly asked Gu, do you still have more life-blood pills? She can't hold on any longer. No. The medical school should have something to stop the bleeding, Gu answered. Department head Hua hurriedly ordered someone to fetch it, but after the pregnant woman took it, it had no effect at all. Not only did the bleeding not stop, it even flowed faster. Suddenly, Department head Ouyang shouted, the blood is turning black. Is she poisoned? The blood flowing out of the pregnant woman's lower body was indeed gradually turning dark, to the point of turning black. Suddenly, everyone looked at Han Yunshi. Without a doubt, they suspected that Han Yunshi had poisoned her. "What are you looking at?" Han Yunshi was furious. "What good would it do me to poison her? Have I gone mad or stupid?" Indeed, Han Yunshi had the least reason to poison her. The reason the blood turned black was because it had stayed in the womb for too long. "Then, Gu Beiwe, what did you do?" Department head Hua's voice was trembling. He had practiced medicine for many years, but he had never seen such a situation. "It's an amniotic fluid embolism." Han Yunshi's voice was also trembling, but she was practically shouting. She wanted to shock everyone and keep herself calm. "The amniotic fluid has entered the mother's bloodstream and contaminated it. The uterus must be removed immediately. Prepare plasma and coagulation factors. Transfer the patient to the ICU immediately and ask all relevant departments for emergency support. Hurry!" After Han Yunshi said this quickly, she suddenly calmed down and realized her situation. This wasn't a modern hospital, but ancient times thousands of years ago. There were no medical devices, and even a simple blood transfusion couldn't be done. What should she do? The mortality rate of amniotic fluid embolism was as high as 80%. She had seen a few cases where dozens of doctors and nurses had been rescued, along with 40 to 50 bags of plasma. Almost all of the blood in the pregnant woman's body had been replaced. What could she do in this situation? As a doctor, the most powerless thing wasn't being unable to save the patient, but knowing how to save the patient but not being able to. The pregnant woman was already in a semi-conscious state. She opened her eyes slightly and tried to reach out, begging everyone to bring the children over for her to see. After giving birth to 4 children with such difficulty, how could she leave them without even taking a look at them? She was still alive, but had already accepted death. Her only wish was to see the children. Han Yunshi stared blankly at the woman's bloody hands, so despairing that she was completely dazed. At this moment, Gu Beiwe suddenly pressed down on her shoulders. "Yunshi, you have a way, right? What did you just say?" At this moment, no one had noticed Gu Beiwe calling her Yunshi, including himself. Han Yunshi recovered her senses and met Gu Beiwe's serious eyes. "As long as there's a way, we have to try," Gu Beiwe said seriously. "Blood." Han Yunshi completely recovered her senses. "Blood. Stop the bleeding and replenish the blood. Also, her blood vessels might have an embolism. We have to remove the embolism and let the blood flow again." Wouldn't it be easier for Gu Beiwe to understand if she put it this way? Hemostatic and blood-generating medicines were used to deal with unclotted blood and incessant bleeding. Medicines to promote blood circulation and dissolve blood stasis were used to deal with the embolism caused by contaminant. Only by removing the uterus could they stop the amniotic fluid from contaminating the blood. But even with the right conditions, Han Yunshi couldn't do it because she didn't know how to. If she couldn't remove the uterus, she could only do her best to stop the bleeding. Han Yunshi wasn't clear on the pharmacology behind Cloud Realm Continent's hemostatic and blood-generating medicines, nor did she know whether Gu Beiwe could find the right medicine to stop the embolism. To put it bluntly, they had to treat a dead horse as if it were still alive. Find the medicine. Hemostatic and blood-replenishing medicines. Gu Beiwe said loudly. "And also, we need the 100 dispersing blood stasis powder. The more the better. Hurry, she only has 2 hours at most," Han Yunshi added hastily. With a life on the line, no one was in the mood to investigate the cause of the illness or doubt whether to trust Gu Beiwe and Han Yunshi. The 3 department heads immediately ordered people to search the medicine storehouse for hemostatic and blood-replenishing medicines. Meanwhile, the people outside the courtyard were scrambling for ideas as well. Medicine City's Wang Gong immediately contacted Medicine City's representative office in Medical City to find the medicine stored in the storehouse. A few of the medical world's representatives also ordered people to bring them back. Although they didn't have any modern medical talents, this was still Medical City. The Run clan was the first to deliver Gu Beiyue's 100 dispersing blood stasis powder. Soon enough, a large pile of blood-replenishing and hemostatic pills was placed in front of Gu Beiyue. He found a few female medical attendants to take charge of feeding them while he used acupuncture and moxibustion to stop the bleeding. Han Yunxi, on the other hand, performed CPR on the patient under everyone's astonished gazes. Severe shock was the most frightening aspect of an amniotic fluid embolism. After a tense and intense rescue, the woman's bleeding gradually decreased. Everyone exhaled in relief, but no one dared to relax because the blood was still flowing. Amidst the tension and concerted efforts, the woman's bleeding finally stopped. In total, they used 10 hemostatic pills, 30 blood-replenishing pills, and 2 boxes of 100 dispersing blood stasis powder. Cloud Realm Continent's wondrous medicines were things that Han Yunxi couldn't explain with her medical knowledge. She stared blankly at the woman who'd narrowly escaped death, but didn't ask how the medicine had saved her life. She couldn't believe that such a miracle could happen. Even in modern times, it was rare to save someone from an amniotic fluid embolism, much less Cloud Realm Continent. If this wasn't a miracle, then what was? Everyone was exhausted, but happy at the same time. Gu Beiyue looked towards Han Yunxi just as Han Yunxi looked back. If it wasn't for Gu Beiyue's calm and rational thinking, this miracle wouldn't have happened. Medical skills weren't everything a doctor was capable of. Gu Beiyue was still wondering how this woman knew so much about poisons, but how did she know so much? First, it was the blood test, then the amniotic fluid embolism. Where did she learn all these things? Now that the woman was saved, the rest of the work was left to the female doctors. Everyone else withdrew. Gu Beiyue and Han Yunxi stood guard for half a day to make sure the woman was stable before they relaxed. The woman was still unconscious while her husband and other family members held the children by her side. Han Yunxi glanced at the man with a disdainful smile. She was too lazy to scold him anymore. If he couldn't wake up even when his life was on the line, how could a few words from her wake him up? Han Yunxi looked at the woman again and felt that she was quite pitiful. But seeing the 4 children lying next to her, Han Yunxi only felt that she was very happy. Sorrow and happiness coexisted. Was this the greatness of a mother? In the South Central Commander-in-Chief's manner, she had discussed many ways of governing a country with Long Feiyi and told Long Feiyi about all the modern concepts. Now, she was thinking that it seemed that she should discuss with Long Feiyi about the superiority of men and the inferiority of women. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but miss Long Feiyi. How was that guy's injury recovering? What was he doing now? Was he waiting for the letter from Medical City? When Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue walked out of the room together, they found that everyone in the courtyard was waiting for them. Princess Consort, Dr. Gu, this case. Can you explain it to everyone? Yes, Princess Consort, Dr. Gu, we've finally opened our eyes today. This is the first time we've seen such a strange disease. Giving birth to a child can give birth to a strange illness? What's going on? Why is she bleeding all over? House Headren had pushed forth young Miss Ren out to stand beside Gu Beiyue, so forth young Miss Ren was also a meritorious person. Everyone enthusiastically inquired. Although the 3 department heads didn't say anything, they were also very curious. Gu Beiyue smiled faintly. House Headren, Medical City can't go a day without a leader. Let's continue with the medical competition. We'll talk about this case later. Although the 3 department heads were curious, they didn't want Gu Beiyue and Han Yunxi to steal the limelight. Department Head Lin hurriedly said, Yes. House Headren, Gu Beiyue didn't save this patient by himself, so he can't treat it as his victory. Why don't we let him draw a new lot? Unexpectedly, Gu Beiyue refused. There's no need to draw a new lot. I can diagnose the 3 department heads' patients now and give them a treatment plan. If the 3 department heads are still unable to diagnose and treat them, please draw a new lot. When these words came out, everyone was dumbfounded, including Han Yunshi and Gu. Chapter 793. What did Gu Beiwei just say? Silence reigned for a while before department head was suddenly burst into laughter. Gu Beiwei, you sure talk big. Do you know what you just said? Department head Hua didn't understand, did you? I can say it again, Gu Beiwei retorted. Although his tone was gentle and his attitude humble and polite, Han Yunshi could clearly sense the strength of the man beside her. There was an irresistible strength in his warmth. Gu stroked his chin and sized up Gu Beiwei with interest. He didn't seem to believe him either. Department head was sucked in a cold breath. No need, old man heard it clearly. He looked around at the crowd and asked loudly, did anyone not hear what Dr. Gu said just now? Just then, Gu Beiwei had said that he could start diagnosing the cases of department heads Hua, Lin, and Ouyang and come up with treatment plans. Everyone present, including the family members of the pregnant woman, had heard him clearly. Silence reigned. No one answered. Since no one's answering, old man, take it as if everyone understood. Department head Hua looked at Clan Headren with a cold smile. Clan Headren, your panel of judges understood as well, right? What do we do now? Department Headren had wanted Gu Beiwei and Han Yunshi to explain the emergency treatment just now and let his daughter show off in the process. He never expected the 3 department heads to be so anxious about the medical skills competition. The case of multiple births was already an incredible feat. It was enough to set a new record in obstetrics and go down in the annals of the medical academy. Moreover, they'd even treated the pregnant woman's strange condition of bleeding all over her body. As long as Gu Beiwei and Han Yunshi could give a reasonable explanation and a detailed treatment plan, the case would be named and recorded in the Cloud Realm Medical Annals and Encyclopedia of Obstetrics and Gynecology. The greatest contribution to the medical world was to discover new diseases and propose effective treatment plans. As an attending physician, Gu Beiwei's medical rank was enough for him to be promoted from level 5 to level 7, which was the same rank as the 3 associate hospital directors. Even Han Yunshi, who had never studied in a medical school and did not have a medical rank, could be rated as level 4 or 5. As his assistant, his daughter naturally wouldn't be neglected. Of course, how could the scale in Patriarch Ren's heart not be tilted? Master Ren thought to himself that it would be better to settle the matter of the medical skills competition first before discussing the dystocia case slowly. If he discussed it now, the 3 deputy heads and the judges would ask him to avoid arousing suspicion. Since a case of dystocia did not count as a medical skill competition, there was nothing for him to avoid. We all understand. Since Dr. Gu has said so, we'll go back to the hospital. It's not impossible for him to take over your case. Patriarch Ren coughed a few times. Seeing that no one in the panel had any objections, he continued, however, the panel of judges has to confirm one thing first. May I ask the 3 deputy heads, do you have a diagnosis and treatment plan for each of your cases? The 3 deputy heads had been fighting among themselves for more than 10 years. It was rare for them to be on the same side today. They exchanged glances with each other. In the end, Deputy Ouyang spoke first. Old man hasn't understood the situation in detail, so to be cautious, he didn't dare to make a diagnosis rashly. What a coincidence! He was clearly insinuating that Gu Beiwei was not strict enough and was arrogant. It was no wonder. Gu Beiwei had never treated those patients, let alone asked about them. How could he make a diagnosis and even propose a treatment plan? It was really hard to believe. Old man and Deputy Ouyang are the same. They don't even have the basic look, listen, question, and feel. How could they make a diagnosis? Deputy Hua coldly retorted. Deputy Lin's tone was the most sarcastic. Old man is stupid. He can't keep up with the young people nowadays. Haha, in old man's opinion, in the future, we don't need to look, listen, question, and feel. We only need to ask about the symptoms, and our rising stars will be able to directly prescribe the right medicine to guarantee a cure. As soon as these words came out, the crowd snickered. Even if Gu Beiwei had just created a miracle, most people still didn't believe he had such great ability. Even more people felt sorry for him. Why did Gu Beiwei have to stick his neck out like this? A case of dystocia was enough for him to gain a foothold in the medical academy. Even if the deputy heads didn't have a seat for him, there would definitely be one for the Council of Elders. If he was smart, he would have used this opportunity to continue observing the patients as an excuse to give up the medical skills competition. Who would have thought that not only would he not give up, he would instead speak arrogantly and provoke the three deputy heads. This was simply the height of stupidity. He was only doing this to strive for a higher position and to help Gu and Han Yunshi. However, he still had to act within his capabilities. Patriarch Ren was the most regretful. He had just thought of betrothing forth Miss Ren to Gu Beiwei. Unfortunately, Gu Beiwei was still too inexperienced and too impatient. He wouldn't be able to achieve great things. Dr. Gu, the judges will ask you again. Are you sure you don't want to draw lots again? Patriarch Ren wasn't asking, he was simply giving him a chance. I'm sure. Gu Beiwei didn't hesitate and asked back, in that case, how will the winner and loser be judged? Patriarch Ren's eyes flashed with a trace of displeasure. What a good Gu Beiwei! He reminded him out of kindness but still stubbornly persisted. Since that was the case, he wouldn't poke his nose into other people's business. In any case, the medical skills competition and the case of dystocia were two different matters. It wouldn't affect his precious daughter. Patriarch Ren was deadpan and appeared businesslike. There's no precedent before, but if you can do as you say, it means that you've won against the three deputy heads in these three cases. Before Patriarch Ren could finish, Deputy Hua interrupted. As long as Dr. Gu can make a clear diagnosis and come up with 3 feasible treatment plans, he'll naturally win. The 3 of us won't have to draw lots anymore. If Dr. Gu is just showing off his eloquence, the 3 of us will draw lots again. As for Dr. Gu, his rank will be revoked and he'll be expelled from the medical world. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Deputy Hua, you're really ruthless. Didn't you just lose a medical skills competition? Why are you so anxious to get rid of your dissidents? This was probably the first time Gu had spoken up for Gu Beiwei. Such a severe punishment is a warning to those arrogant and conceited people who treat diagnosis as child's play and have no medical ethics. Deputy Hua was furious. Has Gu Beiwei examined her? Has he taken her pulse? What right does he have to make a diagnosis? What right does he have to expel a treatment plan? What's the difference between his actions and disregard for human life? That's right. If he's afraid of being punished, then admit his mistake now and get out of Apricot Grove. We'll cherish his talent and spare him this time. Deputy Ouyang also said angrily. Han Yunshi was about to speak when Gu Beiwei stopped her. He was the center of attention, but he acted like an outsider, unperturbed and unruffled. He said, "Fine." Just as Deputy Hua said. Patriarch Ren, does the panel of judges have any objections? No. Patriarch Ren was certain he couldn't get anything out of Gu Beiwei, so he couldn't wait for the medical skills competition to end. Since that's the case, let's invite Dr. Gu to show us his skills. Let's broaden our horizons today. Deputy Lin laughed heartily. Gu Beiwei looked sickly and weak, but in reality, he was invulnerable. Whether it was ridicule, or provocation, nothing could affect him, much less sway him. He said indifferently, "Fine, then let's start with Deputy Lin's case." "All right." Deputy Lin was enraged. "Please." Soon, Vice Academy Head Lin's empty courtyard was surrounded by 3 layers of people on the inside and 3 on the outside. The news had also spread outside of Apricot Grove. Everyone had yet to recover from the shock of the difficult labor case when a new round of nervous waiting began. Gu Beiwei was still the focus of the entire city. Han Yunxi and Gu stood behind Gu Beiwei, exchanging glances from time to time. Gu's gaze was strange, and he was about to ask something when Han Yunxi shut him up. She said, "I believe him. Even if he says he can pluck the stars from the sky and fish for the moon from the sea, I'll believe him." Gu raised his eyebrows. "Poison girl, I believe you. Even if you say you've fallen in love with me one day, I'll believe you." Han Yunxi rolled her eyes at him. This time, Gu Beiwei invited the female patient to the door instead of hiding in the room. Deputy Lin's patient had amnesia due to severe brain injuries. It had been 30 years since she had lost her memory. The patient was nervous at first, but Gu Beiwei murmured something to her in a low voice. Soon enough, she relaxed and even smiled. Many of the women present couldn't help blushing. Although they didn't believe Gu Beiwei, their hearts couldn't help but thump, and their eyes couldn't help but follow him. This kind of man was like the spring breeze in April, but also like an enigma. People couldn't help but fall in love with him. How would it feel to have such a man whisper comforting words into your ear? Even fourth young Miss Rin couldn't help but sigh. If she could become his patient, she would be willing to suffer. Soon, all the infatuated women came to their senses. Gu Beiwei was checking the patient's pulse as he read her medical history. Everyone thought he already had a plan in mind, but who would have thought that it would be an impromptu consultation? "Gu Beiwei, are you playing with us?" Deputy Hua said angrily. "I've just been lectured by the 3 deputy heads and feel guilty. So, it's best to be cautious and check her pulse." Gu Beiwei said indifferently, "Don't worry, Deputy Hua. I can finish reading all 3 cases today." Deputy Hua snorted coldly and didn't argue with him. Aside from amnesia, which was relatively common, the other 2 were top-notch and difficult to treat. Although the 3 of them had just checked their pulses, they didn't have the slightest confidence in their hearts. Not to mention 10 days in the medical skills competition, they might not be able to figure it out even if they had a month. So, they could give Gu Beiwei a day's time. In any case, if Gu Beiwei lost, the 3 of them could draw lots again and avoid these 3 troublesome patients. After Deputy Hua shut up, the scene returned to silence. Everyone listened and watched attentively. They listened to every word the patient said and every question Gu Beiwei asked. After a round of consultation, there wasn't anything special about the patient. 10 years ago, the patient had been traveling with her mother and encountered robbers who stole all their money. She had been hit in the back of the head and fainted, narrowly escaping death. But when she woke up, she had lost her memory. "Where's her family?" Gu Beiwei asked. An old woman hurried forward. "I'm her mother. Dr. Gu, can my daughter still be saved? Has she ever been pregnant?" Gu Beiwei asked. The old woman and the patient were shocked when they heard this. A trace of panic flashed through the old woman's eyes. The patient was furious. "Dr. Gu, what are you saying? I've never been married, how could I be pregnant? You quack. I want a new doctor." "I don't believe you." The patient was unusually agitated. She suddenly stood up and roared at Gu Beiwei. "I want a new doctor. I don't believe it, I don't believe it." Everyone around them discussed animatedly. What was Gu Beiwei doing? How could amnesia and pregnancy be related? Chapter 794. Most people were waiting to see Gu Beiwei make a fool of himself, but who would have thought that not only would Gu Beiwei make a fool of himself, but he'd also become such a laughingstock. Pregnancy and amnesia related? Even if Hua Tuo was alive, he'd still laugh heartily. The female patient was on the verge of losing control of her emotions. She glared angrily at Gu Beiwei and kept repeating, "I want a change of doctor. I don't believe you. I don't believe you." House Headren, if a doctor can't even give his patient the most basic trust, wouldn't that be the greatest failure? Department Head Hua asked. Before House Headren could answer, Department Head Lin asked again, Not only can you not gain the patient's trust, you don't even have the most basic respect for her. Gu Beiwe, no matter how skilled your medical skills are, you don't deserve to be a doctor. The medical college's medical competition is the most sacred competition of the Apricot Woods Conference. You don't have the right to participate. Guards, protect the patient and kick Gu Beiwe out. Department head Ouyang also spoke up. No one had expected the situation to develop like this. Gu Beiwe had lost so quickly, and in such a manner. This matter would probably become the biggest joke in Medical City's history. The guards had already arrived. Gu was baffled. He didn't understand what was wrong with Gu Beiwe's head, but he still decisively stood in front of Gu Beiwe to protect him. Han Yunxi's brows were tightly knitted, as if she'd thought of something. Gu, what else do you want? The patient already said she wants a change of doctor. Don't tell me you want to force a change of doctor? Department head Lin asked angrily, but he didn't dare step forward for fear of being stepped on by Gu again. Aren't you too shameless? She's a virgin with only amnesia. Do you have to slander her by saying she's pregnant? Gu Beiwe, a doctor doesn't have any medical ethic. As a person, shouldn't you at least have some morals? Everyone, let's coax them out. They're bullying the patient. No way. The scene couldn't withstand the incitement. Most people began to denounce Gu Beiwe. Although the Tangli couple, Elder Wang, Mu Qinggu, and Luo Zuishan didn't denounce him, they didn't support him either. They also couldn't understand Gu Beiwe's actions. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, Gu Beiwe ignored the crowd. He looked seriously at the agitated old woman, his calm eyes revealing a scrutinizing gaze that could not be ignored. Old lady, if you want her to forget, why have you been forcing her to remember for the past 10 years? What did this mean? The old woman's face clearly changed. She took 2 steps back and bumped into her daughter. Her daughter calmed down a little and asked, "Mother, what did he say?" The old woman continued to back away from her daughter. "Old man, have you thought it through? You can replace him, but—" Before Gu Beiwe could finish his words, the old woman suddenly closed her eyes and shouted, "She was pregnant, but she miscarried when she was unconscious. I'm the only one who knows about this. I never told her." As soon as she finished speaking, the female patient was stunned. She looked at her mother in disbelief and muttered to herself, I was pregnant? Whose child is it?" As she asked, she suddenly became agitated and rushed over to hug the old woman. "Mother, whose child is it? Whose child is it?" The old woman trembled. Before she could answer, the female patient suddenly hugged her head and screamed, I don't want to, don't." In her panic, the most unbearable memory surfaced in her mind. It was a memory that she had deliberately forgotten. Not only had she and her mother been robbed, but she had also been bullied by the robbers. The child was the robbers. After this memory was restored, all the memories of the past flooded her mind like a tidal wave. The woman squatted on the floor and screamed crazily while covering her ears. No one had expected this. They were dumbfounded and didn't have time to criticize Gu Beiwe. Gradually, the woman's screams became softer and softer. An even more unexpected scene occurred. The woman suddenly stood up, tears streaming down her face, but she smiled. She bowed to Gu Beiwe. "Dr. Gu, I'm sorry for what happened just now. I remember everything, I remember everything. Thank you." Then, she looked at the old woman. "Mother, you've been hiding it from me all these years. What's going on? How could this be?" The dramatic turn of events left everyone at a loss. Department head Lin suddenly raged, "Gu Beiwe, you're scaring the patient." "No." The woman immediately denied. "I really remember the past, really." The woman then recounted where she was born and what she had experienced. In order to have a standard for judging, the old woman had written another memoir and handed it to the panel of judges. The panel of judges quickly compared the memoir and found that the woman's words were all correct. The facts were right in front of their eyes. No one could understand, but they had nothing to say. The woman was very grateful to Gu Beiwe and wanted to stay behind to testify for him, but Gu Beiwe tactfully refused. After the woman and the old woman left, Han Yunxi spoke up. This is psychogenic amnesia. The woman was kidnapped and humiliated that year. She received a great shock and a severe psychological barrier. She couldn't accept it, so she chose to forget. She didn't even know she was pregnant, but her mother knew. Her mother was afraid she would be sad, so she never told her. Gu Beiwe nodded. There are two types of amnesia. One is caused by brain damage, and the other is, as Qin Wangfei said, caused by mental stimulation. This one took the girl's pulse and confirmed that she had a miscarriage, so I made a conjecture. She really did recover her memories by stimulating her with the events of the past. Mental stimulation. Lin Dun muttered to himself. In fact, he could also tell from the woman's pulse that she had a miscarriage. It was naturally suspicious for an unmarried woman to have a miscarriage, but he never imagined that this would be the cause of her amnesia. Vexed, Lin Dun regretted it to death. That works? He cured her with just a few words? Ouyang Dun still couldn't believe it. Hua Dun didn't say a word. The truth was the truth, and they couldn't deny it. In modern times, this kind of illness belonged to the psychoanalytic school of psychotherapy. As long as the key was found, it could be cured. Who would have thought that Gu Beiwe would know it like the back of his hand? Han Yunxi sighed with emotion. Gu Beiwe was much, much stronger than she'd imagined. The panel of judges sighed with emotion. Amnesia that had been incurable for 10 years had been cured by Gu Beiwe with just a few words. Was this a fluke, or was this guy really extraordinary? Many people began to seriously ponder Gu Beiwe. Patriarch Ren coughed softly. As everyone can see, this amnesia patient has been cured by Dr. Gu. My apologies, Lin Dun, but our great doctor accidentally beat you. Gu was in a good mood. Lin Dun flicked his sleeve. It was just a fluke. Besides, it's just a case. It's too early to say he won. Gu's eyes turned cold. Next round. Gu Qishao had spoken the words of the judging panel. Han Yunxi eyed Gu suspiciously. She found that this guy was becoming more and more protective of Gu Beiwe. When did Gu Beiwe become part of his family? They both had the same surname, but were they from the same family 500 years ago? For the next round, Gu Beiwe arrived at Hua Dun's courtyard. Hua Dun's patient was a 20-year-old woman. A month ago, her skin had suddenly aged and she now looked like an old woman. As usual, Gu Beiwe went forward to examine her and take her pulse. Han Yunxi observed from the side. Apart from the wrinkles on the woman's skin, her hair and body hadn't aged at all. If it was premature aging, then her body and hair should have aged at the same time. She suspected that it was a rare skin disease. Everyone watched quietly and waited. If they were just waiting to see a joke, then they were now nervous. The outcome of the medical competition was just like Gu Beiwe. It was impossible to predict. Hua Dun was the most nervous. He kept comforting himself. He had heard of premature aging before, but there was no cure. Moreover, he had talked to the patient for a long time this morning and received a lot of information from her. He was certain that there was no one in the world who could treat this disease. Gu Beiwe was indeed skilled, but no matter how good he was, he couldn't possibly have the ability to reach the heavens. Today, even if Gu Yuntian was here, he would retreat in the face of difficulties. Thinking of this, Hua Dun calmed down a lot. However, Gu Beiwe's words soon made his heart jump to his throat. Gu Beiwe said, "This isn't premature aging. It's a skin disease that causes wrinkles. I'll write a prescription and ask the judging panel to find all the medicine within 3 days." After a moment of silence, Patriarch Ren finally muttered, "Dr. Gu, you mean, it can be treated?" "Of course." Gu Beiwe was very certain. Master Ren was stunned for a moment before asking, "Then, how many days?" "As long as the medicine can be found within 3 days, it can be cured within 10 days," Gu Beiwe answered seriously. The medical competition's time limit was 10 days. It wasn't a requirement that the patient be cured within 10 days, but it couldn't be better if it could be cured. Finding the medicine was the judging panel's responsibility. If it was delayed because they couldn't find the medicine, then the medical competition's time would naturally be extended. Then, let's write the prescription first? Master Rin found that his voice was trembling. Heavens, could this guy really cure this patient? If it was true, then just how terrifying was his medical skills? This could completely surpass Gu Yuntian's. Gu Yuntian was an 8th-rank sage doctor. Could it be that this guy was a 9th-rank sage doctor? In the history of medical school, there had never been a sage doctor. At such a young age, it was simply unimaginable. Even after Gu Beiyue finished writing the prescription and handed it to the judging panel, the audience was still silent. Everyone stared at Gu Beiyue. There was no longer contempt, ridicule, or doubt. Instead, it was fear. If Gu Beiyue could really cure this patient, just how terrifying would his medical skills be? Gu Beiyue's prescription was very easy to find. The judging panel quickly prepared the medicine. Gu Beiyue handed it to a female doctor to boil the medicine and let the patient soak in it for 3 days and 3 nights. The patient closed the door and soaked in the medicine. During these 3 days and 3 nights, everyone waited in the courtyard. The entire medical city was also waiting for news. After 3 days and 3 nights, the door opened. Under everyone's gazes, the patient slowly walked out of the room. Success or failure depended on this moment. Chapter 795. Under everyone's gaze, the patient slowly walked out of the room. When she stood at the door, the whole room was silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Almost everyone was looking at the woman. She was a 20-year-old woman. Her skin was fair and rosy, and her hands were as white as cream. Was this really the patient? Everyone was nervous. They hoped for a miracle, but they couldn't believe it. Suddenly, Patriarch Hua asked in exasperation, "Patriarch Ren, is this the patient?" Patriarch Ren quickly took out the previous portrait and showed it to everyone. After a comparison, everything became clear. This woman with fair skin was the patient. She was the woman whose skin was wrinkled like a 70 or 80-year-old woman. Patriarch Hua unconsciously took a few steps back. He looked at Gu Beiyue, who was walking out of the door. He couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. Ha ha ha! Gu suddenly raised his head and laughed wildly. "Gu Beiyue, you're good! This young master likes you." His hearty laughter resounded throughout the courtyard. Everyone came back to their senses and praised him. They didn't seem to have doubted and ridiculed him before. Gu Beiyue, oh Gu Beiyue, he was simply a miracle. With just a few words, he cured 10 years of amnesia. Now, with a simple prescription, he cured the strange disease of premature aging. If he wasn't a miracle, what was he? Not to mention the 3 department heads, even in the history of the medical college, no one had ever created such a miracle. No medical team had ever created such a record. This man was far better than the previous deans of the medical college. His medical skills were definitely not 5th grade. Amidst the praises, Tang Li shouted, "Dr. Gu's medical skills have probably surpassed 7th grade. In my opinion, he should be evaluated as an 8th grade medical genius." As soon as he said this, everyone immediately agreed. He must be 8th grade. Even Gu Yuntian may not have Dr. Gu's ability, right? Haha, what kind of difficult disease is it? It's nothing for our Dr. Gu. When Dr. Gu was evaluated as a 5th grade divine doctor, he wasn't even 16 years old, right? It's Medical City's honor to have Dr. Gu back. Gradually, the praise turned into flattery. Gu Beiyue was in the crowd, but he did not seem to hear the voices around him. He was whispering to the patient as if he was explaining something. Disguised as the imperial physician of Northern Li, Bai Yanqing, who was sitting in the front row, kept staring at Gu Beiyue. His narrowed eyelids and deep eyes were not malicious. "Master, where did this guy come from?" Bai Yuqiao asked in a low voice. Bai Yanqing snorted coldly and said nothing. At this moment, Department Head Ouyang asked, Family Head Ren, has the medical skills competition ended? Before Clan Head Ren could answer, Vice Head Lin said sarcastically, If it's over, then Brother Ouyang should hurry to see your patient, lest he starve to death in the apricot forest. That would be the sin of the medical school. Only after Vice Head Lin's reminder did everyone remember that there was still a patient waiting to be diagnosed. It had to be said that Gu Beiyue's medical skills surprised everyone, and they were so intoxicated that they forgot that this was a medical skills competition. The competition was not over yet, so Gu Beiyue had not won yet. The third patient was a patient with an eating disorder. He was quite old and had not eaten for more than 4 days. Department Head Hua's patient with aging skin had appeared before, but he wasn't the first. However, Department Head Ouyang's patient with an eating disorder was definitely the first. The medical school had never received such a case before, and there was no mention of it in the medical book. This was much more troublesome than the previous 2 cases. Moreover, this patient could only last for 7 days at most. Even if Gu Beiyue proposed a treatment plan, the patient would still starve to death if he couldn't be cured within 7 days. Department Head Ouyang had inquired about his assistant's condition this morning. The patient had not eaten for 4 days and was on the verge of death. In fact, although Department Head Ouyang had been here all this time, he had always been concerned about his patient and had been paying attention to his condition. It wasn't just because the patient's condition was dangerous, but also because that patient would become the finale of this medical skills competition. Gu Beiyue seemed to have completely forgotten about this patient. Department Head Lin saw this and deliberately didn't remind him. Even if Gu Beiyue cured this female patient, so what? If he couldn't save the last patient, all his previous efforts would be wasted. Patriarch Ren, Dr. Gu said before that he could finish seeing all 3 patients in a day. Department Head Ouyang purposely glanced at Gu Beiyue and continued, It's been 3 days. I don't know what Dr. Gu meant by finished. Everyone quieted down, and even Gu was silent. Gu Qishao had actually forgotten about the third patient, but so had the rest of the group. In fact, Gu Beiyue had cured 2 strange diseases and his medical skills had been recognized by everyone present. Everyone believed that his medical skills were better than the 3 department head. Even if Gu Beiyue couldn't cure the third patient, Department Head Ouyang couldn't either, right? However, this was a medical skills competition, a competition. No one could change the agreed-upon rules. Previously, Gu Beiyue had said that he could diagnose all 3 cases and propose a treatment plan. It was also Gu Beiyue who said that he could finish seeing all 3 cases in a day. Now, the situation was really unfavorable for him. No matter how many people supported him in the medical school, if he couldn't convince the 3 department heads and win the medical skills competition and become the director, it would be useless no matter how good his medical skills were. After all, the medical school wasn't a place where power was the only thing that mattered. Otherwise, there wouldn't be 2 sets of standards for medical grades and administrative ranks in the medical school. Once again, Patriarch Ren felt pity. He secretly sighed in his heart. Gu Beiyue, oh Gu Beiyue, you look low-key, but why are you so arrogant when you speak? Isn't this a trap for yourself? Patriarch Ren, what does Dr. Gu mean by finish? Department Head Hua also spoke up. Patriarch Ren wanted to be biased, but he couldn't help. He could only question Gu Beiyue as the head of the judging panel. Dr. Gu, it's been 3 days. Shouldn't you give everyone an explanation? Everyone was nervous and worried for Gu Beiyue. He was still whispering to the female patient with a serious and cautious expression. He didn't care about the third case at all. Han Yunxi stood beside him. Instead of being nervous, she was more expectant. If it were Gu today, she would have been worried. But since it was Gu Beiyue, she was 100% at ease. She pondered how Gu Beiyue would treat the third patient. She had seen a similar case in modern times called congenital glycosylation disorder type 2. Because the patient couldn't swallow, they couldn't drink water. The illness started in infancy, and there was no effective treatment. They had to rely on a feeding tube inserted in the stomach 3 to 4 times a day to get high-calorie food into the stomach. Although Han Yunxi knew about this case, she didn't know the exact cause of the illness, let alone how to treat it. How could this illness be treated in a 50-year-old man? It would be very difficult to even keep him alive. In any case, Han Yunxi couldn't come up with a solution even if she racked her brains. Therefore, she was very much looking forward to Gu Beiyue's solution. Gu Beiyue's delay finally angered Department Head Huo. He reprimanded, "Gu Beiyue, the patient doesn't have much time left. You're wasting his life like this." Old man thought that Dr. Gu would choose the one with no ability to eat first out of the 3 cases. I never thought he'd put him last. No matter how brilliant his medical skills are, he's no better than a normal doctor if he can't distinguish between priority and urgency. Bai Yanqing spoke up as well. There's no need to say anything more. Gu Beiyue promised himself that he'd finish looking at all 3 cases in a day, but he's already broken his promise. As I see it, the Medical Academy should expel him from Medical City immediately. The Tianing officer sneered. Unfortunately, Gu Beiyue wasn't in a rush. He tactfully declined the female patient's thanks before leisurely walking towards the crowd. Even in the face of the 3 overbearing department heads and the ill-intentioned Bai Yanqing and the Tianing officer, he maintained his composure and smiled faintly. "This one can answer all of your questions, but I ask that you all wait a moment." "Wait for what?" Department Head Huo's tone was fierce. Those who knew him well had never seen him so irritable before. Unfortunately, he couldn't influence Gu Beiyue. Wait for the patient's good news. Gu Beiyue not only maintained his smile, it even seemed to contain traces of ridicule. He didn't know how others saw it, but the more he looked, the more he felt that Gu Beiyue was mocking him and looking down on him. Department Head Huo didn't understand. The patient's life was hanging by a thread right now. How could there be good news if no one was treating him? Just as Department Head Huo was about to explode, a cry of pleasant surprise came from outside the courtyard. "Department Head Huo! Department Head Huo! The patient's recovered! The patient can drink water now, and he said he wants to eat. Hurry and go take a look." Everyone present turned to look at the same time, consciously opening up a path for the medical assistant to run in. The young medical assistant was extremely excited. He ran while shouting, "Department Head Huo, a miracle has happened! This is simply a miracle! The patient's recovered. He's cured himself." The young medical assistant stopped in front of Department Head Huo, panting for breath. When he saw the man's stony face, he realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the courtyard. He glanced around timidly and found that everyone else was just like Department Head Huo. They were all motionless and had stiff expressions. The young medical assistant began to panic before bursting into tears. "I'm not lying. The patient's really cured himself. If you don't believe me, go take a look for yourself. Sob, I'm not lying." It was truly too quiet, so quiet that the young medical assistant was afraid. He had no idea what had just happened, much less what Gu Beiyue had said. In the silence, Gu Beiyue gently patted the young medical assistant's head. "I believe you. He's been hungry for so many days, so he can't eat too much. This is the menu I wrote. Take it and tell the caretaker to eat according to the menu for 3 days. After that, the patient can leave at any time." The young medical assistant was bewildered. Just as he was about to take the menu, Department Head Huo snatched it away and saw that it really was a menu. When did you write it?" Department Head Huo questioned. 3 days ago. I wrote it in my room." Gu Beiyue answered truthfully. He looked at House Head Ren and explained, "House Head Ren, this one said that he finished reading 3 cases in a day, not that he was cured. The first 2 cases were read within a day, followed by diagnosis and treatment. The third case's illness didn't need further treatment. He either died without treatment or recovered without treatment. Now it seems that the patient belongs to the latter. House Hedren was still in a daze when Department Head Hua exploded. Impossible! Old man won't believe it! He rushed out and ran towards the third courtyard. For a moment everyone followed suit. Chapter 796. Even Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin couldn't resist their curiosity and followed the crowd to see the third patient. Once again, only Han Yunxi Gu and Gu Beiyue were left. Han Yunxi and Gu stood on the left and right respectively, both staring at Gu Beiyue in silence. Gu Beiyue had been calm and collected before, but their stares made him feel awkward. He coughed lightly and asked, "You guys, what are you doing?" Gu Beiyue tsk. Gu rubbed his chin with amusement as he clicked his tongue. You. Han Yunxi crossed her arms in front of her chest, lost in thought as she kept muttering you. Gu Beiyue couldn't help but laugh. Unlike his polite and modest smile before, he was chuckling happily. The battle at Medical City was over. Yes, it was over. Gu suddenly grabbed Gu Beiyue by the shoulder. "Brother, let's go. Let's go show off." By the time the three of them reached the third courtyard, everyone automatically parted to let them through. The three department heads and the panel of judges were emerging from their rooms. They'd already confirmed that the patient had recovered without treatment. Self-recovery wasn't rare. Many illnesses could be cured within a certain amount of time. But who would have thought that such a strange and dangerous illness could be cured? In any case, Department Head Hua never expected it. He hung his head, his annoyance written all over his face. If he hadn't agreed to Gu Beiyue's previous demands and insisted on treating this patient, then he would have been the one to take advantage of the situation. He would have had a chance. Even if he couldn't compare to Gu Beiyue, he could at least suppress the other two department heads. Department Head Hua wanted to bang his head against the wall. Han Yunxi and Gu walked behind Gu Beiyue as they passed through the crowd. Everyone's attention was on Gu Beiyue. Their gazes were no longer scornful or mocking, but filled with amazement, adoration, astonishment, and admiration. If there were still people who envied Gu Beiyue before, there was no such thing now. All that was left was admiration. This man's brilliant, and peerless medical skills had reached a level that no one could envy. They could only look up to him in admiration. Even the three department heads had no more complaint. Even Department Head Hua had to admit that Gu Beiyue hadn't hit the jackpot by accident or luck to pick up the third patient. Gu Beiyue had only described the symptoms in a few sentences before determining that the patient could recover. This was true skill. Han Yunxi and Gu's footstep. Han Yunxi couldn't help but smile wryly. Why hadn't she expected this result? Eating disorders could be the congenital disease she'd seen, but it could also be the somatization of a psychological illness. The term somatization disorder was used to describe physical abnormalities caused by psychological factors. It could take a long time to recover, or it could recover under certain stimuli. Gu Beiyue's diagnosis was completely correct. Regardless of whether it was a congenital disease or a somatization disorder, based on the specific circumstances of this case, the patient would either die or recover by themselves. When the patient's life was in danger due to hunger, perhaps this would stimulate them to recover by themselves. Han Yunxi also felt absolute admiration for Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue walked forward alone. The entire medical academy and all the distinguished guests of the Apricot Woods Conference had taken the initiative to give up this path to Gu Beiyue. It belonged to Gu Beiyue alone. Gu Beiyue walked step by step toward the panel of judges under the gazes of reverence and sincerity. Even under such glory, his footsteps were still calm, and his smile was still as carefree as ever. Dressed in white, he was elegant, modest, gentle, and unperturbed by honor and disgrace. This was a true doctor. The highest realm of the medical skills competition wasn't the self-recovery he'd shown today. It was that regardless of whether the patient was mentally ill or physically ill, as long as they saw him, they would be able to feel at ease and not fear death. Dr. Gu, could you explain the diagnosis and treatment of these 3 cases in detail? Clan Hedren asked respectfully. Gu Beiwe agreed and thoroughly analyzed the 3 cases. Everyone listened attentively. Even the 3 department heads were very attentive, afraid of missing any details. After the explanation, the medical skills competition finally came to an end. Our group announces that Gu Beiwe is the winner of this medical skills competition. According to the rules of the Apricot Woods Medical Skills Competition, the new dean of the Medical Academy will be Gu Beiwe. Clan Hedren announced happily. From a certain perspective, these words determined the future of Medical City. Clan Hedren presented the Medical City token he'd prepared to Gu Beiwe with both hands. Gu Beiwe turned back to smile at Han Yunxi and Gu before accepting the token without hesitation. He glanced at it before raising it up high. His gentle gaze suddenly turned serious, and he didn't smile at all. Such seriousness made everyone's heart skip a beat, and they unconsciously followed his lead. This seriousness was the reverence and devotion of a doctor to life. There was no room for prevarication or ambiguity. Such seriousness made this sickly and weak man seem like a supreme deity. From now on, he would rule over Cloud Realm's medical world. Among the 7 noble families, the Shadow Clan's shadow arts were known throughout the world. It wasn't a secret, but their medical skills were a secret. Like a shadow, they protected Western Qin's imperial family. At the same time, the Shadow Clan also shouldered the responsibility of personal imperial physicians. The Shadow Clan's ancestors had deep ties with the medical academy. However, he wasn't clear on these matters, nor did he have any way of knowing. He'd received several sets of medical skills from his grandfather and studied hard since childhood to reach his current level. He'd always kept a low profile and didn't compete. He'd never imagined that there would be a day when he'd hold up the Medical City token. Could this be considered as a form of protection? Han Yunxi, from now on, Gu Beiwe, promise that no one in Cloud Realm's medical world will dare to make you an enemy. Gu Beiwe's cold and solemn eyes looked down at the entire medical academy. In an instant, everyone present, from the vice head to the young medical apprentices, all knelt down and kowtowed. Han Yunxi looked at Gu Beiwe and couldn't help but frown. Why could she see the warmth in his eyes when he was so serious? Why did she feel like he was looking at her when he was clearly looking down at all the medical academy's doctors? In the crowd, Bai Yanqing's eyes shone with absolute killing intent, but no one noticed. The miracle of the medical skills competition quickly spread throughout Medical City. Overnight, the 3 words, Gu Beiwe, became a legend in Medical City and Cloud Realm. The next day, Gu Beiwe officially took the position of head of the Medical Academy. Because of his involvement, the tripartite balance of power between the 3 departments in Medical City instantly collapsed. Whether it was individuals or families, everyone was eager to curry favor with Gu Beiwe. Unfortunately, they'd all underestimated Gu Beiwe's management skills. After he took office, he immediately did one thing. He held a meeting on the dystocia case and made acupuncture painless treatment the focus of obstetrics. He requested that it be promoted in the next few years and included the diagnosis and treatment of amniotic fluid embolism as a model in the book. After that, he promoted forth young Miss Run and gave her 2 promotions to become a 6th-rank primogenitor doctor, making an exception and appointing her as a director. In this way, he'd roped in-house Hedren. One had to know that although the Run family wasn't as powerful as the older families, they didn't have such complicated relationships within the medical academy. As long as Gu Beiwe had the heart to promote them, the Ren family would be absolutely loyal to him. Gu Beiwe only needed to promote the Ren family, and all the small and new families in Medical City saw hope and took the initiative to seek refuge. This was the beginning of Gu Beiyue's suppression of the older families and the dissolution of the complicated relationships within the medical academy over the years. If fourth young Miss Ren was promoted as an exception, then what about Han Yunxi? Han Yunxi was the greatest contributor to the emergency treatment. Gu Beiyue gave all the credit for the amniotic fluid embolism to Han Yunxi and gave her special permission to promote Han Yunxi to a 7th-rank primogeniture doctor and become a member of the Council of Elders. This promotion was indeed a bit excessive, but fourth young Miss Ren was the first to make an exception, followed by Han Yunxi. Han Yunxi's contributions were even greater than fourth young Miss Ren's, so the Ren family and other families couldn't object to such an appointment. Those who objected were quickly refuted by the Ren family. Gu Beiyue didn't even need to personally argue. When Han Yunxi received this news, she finally understood why Gu Beiyue had pulled fourth young Miss Ren out of the blue. Using the opportunity of appointing a new director and the results of the Apricot Woods Conference's medical competition as a reference, Gu Beiyue also promoted many of his own people. Because of Luo Zuishan's performance at the Apricot Woods Conference and Gu Beiyue's favoritism, he was smoothly promoted from director to the Council of Elders. Third Elder Shen was promoted to vice director and was on equal footing with the other 3 vice directors. On the day that third Elder Shen Jueming, took office, Gu exposed Vice Director Lin's and Lady Lianxin's shady dealings. Vice Director Lin was imprisoned, and Vice Director Ouyang and Vice Director Huo began their days of living in fear and trepidation. If you don't have a guilty conscience, you won't be afraid of ghosts knocking on your door. They were trembling in fear because they had a guilty conscience. Gu didn't touch them, so they didn't dare make things difficult for Gu Beiyue in the future. Gu Beiyue only used 3 days to complete the transfer of personnel. It was almost a complete reshuffle of the medical academy, causing all of Medical City to sigh and all of Cloud Realm Continent to tremble. The representatives of all the major powers in Cloud Realm Continent were paying close attention, and so were their masters. Ning Cheng was almost at Medical City when he received the news. He stared blankly for a moment, hesitating whether to turn back or continue forward. Long Feiyi was just about to meet up with Bailey Yuanlong when he received the news. "Congratulations, Your Highness! Congratulations, Your Highness!" Bailey Yuanlong congratulated him as soon as he arrived. Although he didn't know Gu Beiyue's true identity, he knew that Gu Beiyue taking over Medical City was equivalent to His Highness Duke of Qin and esteemed Wang Fei taking over Medical City. Long Feiye's happiness was written all over his face. It was rare for him to laugh so heartily in the army. Beautifully done. Han Yunxi should be back in a few more days. This prince will wait for her. Bailey Mingxiang recalled the words His Highness had said to the Shadow Guard and couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Your Highness, Dr. Gu isn't coming back together?" Chapter 797. On the way back, Long Feiyi was whispering to the Shadow Guard he'd sent to Medical City. Bailey Mingxiang accidentally overheard 3 words. After the medical competition, get rid of him, and Gu Beiyue. These 3 words formed a frightening sentence. After the medical competition, get rid of Gu Beiyue. Bailey Mingxiang was an astute person. She had always kept her relationships and priorities close to her heart. She was very clear on what to say and what not to say. If it was any other matter, she would have acted like she didn't know anything. But this time, it involved Gu Beiyue. She only knew that His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiyue were working together in secret, and that he was hiding it from esteemed Wang Fei. But just like everyone by His Highness Duke of Qin's side, she knew nothing of Gu Beiyue's background. She was truly afraid that His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiyue were working together to take what they needed and use each other. If that was the case, His Highness Duke of Qin would use Gu Beiyue to take over Medical City. Given his vicious and merciless personality, he would definitely get rid of Gu Beiyue without hesitation. This time, Medicine City's Wang clan and the Council of Elders' attitudes towards the poison sect were enough to explain everything. It was best to keep such an important faction in one's own hands. Moreover, when Elder Kenzo had taught her martial arts, he'd mentioned Gu Beiyue's injuries. Elder Kenzo had said that Gu Beiyue's physique was the kind of person who would fight to rise from the brink of death. Once he recovered, it was very likely that his martial arts would surpass His Highness Duke of Qin's. These two men were both extraordinary. They were both very complicated and very terrifying. Bailey Mingxiang was afraid that esteemed Wang Fei would be hurt. Esteemed Wang Fei and Gu Beiyue were less intimate than lovers, but more than good friends. If His Highness hid it from the Princess Consort and got rid of Gu Beiyue, what would the Princess Consort think? If there was a day when the Princess Consort found out that Gu Beiyue had also deceived her, how would she feel? Bailey Mingxiang was full of doubts and worries. Unfortunately, Long Feiyi did not answer her. She did not know if he did not hear her or if he heard her and ignored her. In any case, he was already chatting with Bailey Yuanlong as they walked toward the barrack. Bailey Mingxiang was about to chase after her when the shadow guard, Dong, hurriedly stopped her. Miss Mingxiang, His Highness doesn't like talkative servants. Only then did Bailey Mingxiang come to her senses. She sighed softly. Thank you, I understand. When Long Feiyi arrived at the barracks, Bailey Yuanlong had already summoned the strategists and deputy generals. These important positions were all filled by Mermaid. Because His Highness Duke of Qin had come in person, everyone was overflowing with excitement. They were anxious to express their loyalty, but didn't dare to be rude. Long Feiyi was dressed in black and sat down on a large tiger-skin chair. He didn't look out of place at all, and on the contrary, he looked even more imposing. His innate kingly aura made him look like a ruler no matter what he wore or where he was. A cold glance was enough to look down on the world. Everyone excitedly waited for him to speak, but he didn't say anything. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly as he personally brewed tea, leisurely pouring 10 or so cups. Only then did he smile. This prince will use tea in place of wine to toast everyone. You won't mind, will you? The Duke of Qin loved tea and disliked wine. This was a secret that everyone knew. However, everyone present was stunned. Some were suspicious, some were fearful, and some were even uneasy. They all looked at Bailey Yuanlong. His Highness Duke of Qin had personally brewed tea for them and was speaking so politely. What was going on? Was he dissatisfied with them and wanted to dismiss them? General Bailey had said that this time, His Highness Duke of Qin would personally take command and lead everyone all the way to Northernly. That was why everyone had been so excited that they couldn't sleep. They had been counting down the days until His Highness Duke of Qin would come in person. His Highness Duke of Qin's attitude today, could it be that something unexpected had happened? But when they thought about it, something didn't seem right. If something unexpected had happened, His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't be so polite. Many people dared to look at him seriously for a while. They could clearly see that he was in a good mood and was even smiling. Faced with everyone's questioning and pleading gazes, what else could Bailey Yuanlong do besides personally pouring tea for them? Was he supposed to tell them that His Highness Duke of Qin was in a good mood because Gu Beiyue had taken down Medical City and Qin Wang Fei was about to return? Not to mention here, Bailey Yuanlong wouldn't say it even in private. That would be too damaging to his master's dignity. Bailey Yuanlong passed the tea Long Feiyi had poured to the strategists and deputy generals, giving them a reassuring look. Everyone relaxed. After 3 rounds of tea, Long Feiyi's smirk finally disappeared. He raised his head, his eyes deep and cold. Everyone who had just relaxed immediately tensed up again, not daring to be careless. Is everything ready? Long Fei asked coldly. Everything is ready. We can set out at any time. After saying this, Bailey Yuanlong gave a detailed report of the military affairs that each deputy general was in charge of. Long Feiyi gently stroked the Yixing clay teapot as he listened, occasionally asking a few questions. It was extremely quiet in the large tent, just like his cold and silent face. Even the air was suffused with tension. After the poison sect was rehabilitated, Ning Cheng withdrew some of his troops, but not all of them. "That brat is probably waiting for us to set out," a strategist said. "Hee, we won't disappoint him this time. Even if he's waiting for us to set out, we'll catch them all off guard." Bailey Yuanlong handed over a map of the Mermaid Army. "That's right. Long Fei Yi was officially going to use the Mermaid Army in this battle. Your Highness, we can guarantee that the entire army will cross the Sand River in one day," Bailey Yuanlong vowed. "Your Highness, Ning Cheng's forces were originally on par with ours, but they suffered heavy losses in the war between the three kingdoms. Even if he has the red barbarian cannons now, we're not afraid of him," a deputy general said excitedly. "What do you mean we're not afraid of him? We weren't afraid of him to begin with. His Highness just didn't want to use the Mermaid Army so soon," a strategist retorted. "You're damaging our morale by saying that." This general, the deputy general glanced at Long Fei Yi, his face red with emotion. He wanted to explain, but couldn't find the words. Fortunately, Bailey Yuanlong came to the rescue when he saw His Highness Duke of Qin's expressionless face. He changed the topic to northernly. "Your Highness, Jun Yixie only arrived at Wintercrow country yesterday. Even if he got a horse as soon as he arrived, he wouldn't make it in time. As long as we take down Ning Cheng, our chances of victory are great," Bailey Yuanlong said seriously. In the end, Long Fei Yi would have to personally take command of this battle. However, he'd planned for it to happen a year later. When Ning Cheng, Western Zhou, and Tian had all suffered heavy losses, Northernly would step in. He'd take control of Medicine City, the south-central grain region, and the Jianghu's factions. Then, he'd lead his army north and kill his way to Northernly. He hadn't put Medical City until last, but he hadn't expected Han Yunxi's identity as a member of the poison sect to be exposed on Celestial Mountain and cause so much trouble. Of course, he hadn't expected Gu Beiyue to take Medical City so easily either. To be more precise, the one who'd truly surprised him was Gu. If Gu hadn't exposed Gu Yuntian's crimes, Gu Yuntian and the Gu clan's power in Medical City wouldn't have collapsed so quickly. Even if Gu Beiyue had won the position of head of the Medical Academy with his own strength, he wouldn't have been able to reshuffle the complex factions within the Medical Academy in such a short time. After all, the strongest faction in Medical City was the Gu clan. Gu Beiyue had shone with extraordinary splendor and secured his position as head of the academy, while Gu had been the one who'd sacrificed the most. Had Gu accidentally become an indestructible poison Gu human because he'd been experimenting with medicines since he was a child? Or perhaps Gu's indestructible body had other secrets. Long Fei Yi had specifically told Chu Shifeng to keep an eye out for public opinion in Medical City. He was reassured by the fact that the medical skills competition had attracted everyone's attention. Even now, no one had pursued the matter of Gu's special constitution. Since they'd taken over Medical City, and Ning Cheng had deployed the red coat cannons to guard against Northernly, Long Fei Yi had to give it his all. This was such a good chance. Han Yunxi had been condemned by the masses and Gu Qishao had opened up his scars in exchange. He couldn't miss this chance. After discussing the preparations for war, everyone bid farewell. Only then did Bailey Yuanlong remind him in a low voice, "Your Highness, we have to be careful of that old fox." They still had very little information on that old fox. Otherwise, Long Fei Yi wouldn't have used Bailey Mingxiang to lure the snake out of its hole. They only knew that the old fox had ambushes at Celestial Mountain and the Han estate. Moreover, it was very possible that he'd colluded with the City of Daughters City Lord in the matter of Grand Concubine Yi. His poison skills were high, and he knew Long Fei Yi's identity. As for the old fox's origins and motives, they still had no idea. Long Fei stared at Bailey Yuanlong for a long time before he slowly spat out 2 words. Wind Clan. Wind Clan. Bailey Yuanlong was alarmed. Among the 7 noble clans, the Di, Yu, Ing, and Feng clans were loyal to the West Qin Imperial clan. The remaining Black clan and White clan were loyal to the East Qin Imperial clan. As for the Neutral Li clan, they were paid by the East Qin Imperial clan. Their so-called allegiance was only on the surface. The only ones truly loyal to the East Qin Imperial clan were the White and Mermaid soldiers. After East and Western Qin fell into chaos and Western Qin was destroyed, the Black clan openly rebelled and joined forces with the Wind clan to destroy the last of East Qin's imperial troops. Long Fei had once investigated and found that the Di clan was the one who started the final battle. They were the ones who provided the military funds and joined forces with the Black and Wind clans. In other words, the Black and Wind clans had been bribed by the Di clan. Everyone said that the Di clan was the first of the 7 noble families to be destroyed, but they were only retreating for the sake of advancing. Western Qin was the main culprit behind the war, while the Di clan was the executioner who destroyed East Qin. The Black and Wind clans were accomplices. As for the Li clan, they took East Qin's salaries and disbanded their armies to declare neutrality. Their crimes were even more unforgivable. Long Fei wanted to establish a new dynasty, but that didn't mean he wouldn't avenge his country. Han Yunshi was an exception. Wind clan good. Your Highness, let's lure him out. Perhaps we can follow the vine to the melon and find the Black clan. Traitors must be killed without mercy. Bailey Yuanlong was furious. Compared to Bailey Yuanlong's agitation, Long Fei was always calm. He said, last time, when Jun Yixie was rescued, the method used was very similar to the Wind clan's Imperial Wind technique. It's only a guess at the moment. Tell Heavenly Mountain that they can release the news. You just need to make arrangements for the troops and don't worry about anything else. At this point, Long Fei's eyes turned cold. He said coldly, this king wants to use the Di clan's blood as a sacrifice to my East Qin's banner. At this time, the Di clan's head, Ning Qing, had already made his decision. He continued to rush in the direction of Medical City. Chapter 798. Ning Qing was currently rushing day and night towards Medical City. Yesterday, he'd received 3 urgent letters from the army, the Imperial City, and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. All of them urged him to return and prepare for battle. Everyone was saying that even if Medical City fell into Gu Beiyue's hands, they could still find a reason to wage war against the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate. Moreover, they had to take advantage of the fact that Han Yunshi and Long Fei hadn't returned to the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate to send out their troops. Otherwise, the longer things dragged on, the worse it'd be for them. Han Yunshi and Gu Beiyue had reprimanded Medical City for its inhumanity in front of everyone. Now that they were in charge, they wouldn't punish Tianning for the war between the 2 nations. If they did, then they'd be smashing their own feet with a rock. It'd definitely attract the attention of those within Medical City who'd take the chance to cause trouble. Unfortunately, Ning Qing didn't want to go to war, because he still didn't know what Long Fei was doing at Celestial Mountain. Before figuring out what Long Fei was up to, it wasn't a wise choice to start a war. Ning Qing had set his sights on Han Yunshi. As long as he kidnapped Han Yunshi, he could force Chu Qingge to reveal the Shadow Clan's whereabouts. Moreover, kidnapping Han Yunshi could also threaten Long Fei. Compared to fighting in close quarters, it was much more worth it. Kidnapping someone was a sinister move. Ning Qing could only accept it. Now that Long Fei wasn't by Han Yunshi's side, this was their best chance. There were still 2 more days before Ning Qing would reach Medical City, but Ning Jing knew nothing of this. Although she'd married into the Tang clan on a mission and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium knew she was only using Tangli, she was still a daughter-in-law of the Tang clan. She knew less and less about Ning Qing's movements and Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's affairs. Even Ning Nua had forced her to give up on some of the consortium's businesses. Now, she only had one mission, which was to take down Tang Li and facilitate the cooperation between the Tang sect and Cloud Realm's arms trade. Ning Jing, who used to be the head of the family, had unknowingly become a chess piece. Sometimes, she would think that she was just like Ningen, unable to get rid of the shackles of the family mission. Should she still serve the family wholeheartedly? At this moment, she was leaning against the window, staring at the moon in a daze. No one knew what she was thinking. She was so lost in thought that she did not even notice Tang Li coming in. She had taken off the men's clothing she wore during the day, and was now wearing a pure white nightgown. Her ink-black hair was scattered behind her head, and her delicate face was devoid of makeup. Looking at her, Tang Li couldn't help but wonder how simple and pure she'd be if she hadn't grown up in Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. However, would he like a pure and innocent girl? While she was bathing, he had secretly gone to find Han Yunxi and the rest. He assumed that she'd soak for a long time, but she was done so quickly. He tiptoed behind Ning Jing and suddenly wrapped his arms around her, burying his head in her neck to sniff. "Jing Jing, you smell so good." Ning Jing didn't move but said coldly, "You went to find Han Yunxi?" Tang Li was alarmed. His arms around her waist stiffened. Ning Jing glanced down at his hands before a cold, meaningful smile rose to her lips. Tang Li quickly recovered his composure and hugged her tighter. You guessed right. I'm on good terms with Long Fei Yi, so I can be considered friends with her. Now that Medical City is in her and Gu Beiyue's hands, of course I have to go and congratulate them." That was a very reasonable reason. Ning Jing fell silent for a moment before she pried his hand away and shoved him aside. "Congratulations? Then why didn't you bring me along?" she raged. "Why did you have to sneak off while I was bathing? You weren't just going to congratulate them, were you? You liar. I really was going to congratulate them. Last time, you and your little brother got into a huge argument with them. Han Yunxi and Gu Beiyue are both prejudiced against Cloud Realm Trade Consortium. If I brought you along, they might not even want to see me." Tang Li seemed to be explaining sincerely, but his heart was already in a mess. He was extremely vexed. He shouldn't have impulsively run off to find Han Yunxi and the rest. A shrewd woman like Ning Jing would definitely be suspicious. He could only use his friendship with Long Fei Yi as an excuse to dispel her suspicions. If he kept denying it, it would only make her more suspicious. Ning Jing looked at Tang Li without a word, but only smiled coldly. Tang Li grew even more flustered. This was the first time he'd been in such a wretched state after competing with this woman so many times. "Jing Jing, don't be angry. I know Cloud Realm Trade Consortium has grudges with them, and you don't like them either. But I'm doing this for your own good. The Tang clan can ignore Medical City, but your Cloud Realm Trade Consortium has plenty of connections with them, right?" When Tang Li saw that Ning Jing was still expressionless, he could only brace himself and continue. "Jing Jing, if Cloud Realm Trade Consortium has any dealings with Medical City in the future, I can be the middleman, right? When the time comes, won't your little brother come to us for help? Won't he have to see your face then?" Finally, Ning Jing nodded. "Very good." Tang Li was about to explain further when Ning Jing suddenly picked up a vase and threw it at him. "Tang Li, tell me, have you taken a fancy to Han Yunxi?" Tang Li gave a start, but quickly recovered his wits. He almost laughed out loud, but managed to hold it in. So Ning Jing was jealous. He thought his relationship with Han Yunxi had been exposed. What a false alarm. "Answer me." Ning Jing rushed in front of him. I. Tang Li was wild with joy. He couldn't tell if he was happy because Ning Jing was jealous, or because Ning Jing didn't suspect anything. "What about me? If you don't explain yourself today, I won't go back to the Tang clan with you." Ning Jing punched him, but Tang Li immediately grabbed her hand and wrapped it around his own. He pulled her close and said, Come, let your husband smell you." He, compared to your fragrance, your husband prefers the smell of your vinegar. Ning Jing wanted to push him away, but unfortunately, she couldn't. Tang Li was simply a hungry wolf. He sniffed behind her ear, her neck, and even went all the way down along her neckline. Ning Jing's heart was beating wildly. She had long known about his bad side. As long as he had a bad idea, she knew what he would do tonight. As expected, his hands began to move restlessly. Let go. Ning Jing's tone was very bad, but Tang Li pretended not to hear it. Ning Jing didn't hesitate to press on his weakest part and said angrily, "Explain yourself, or I'll cripple you. Are you willing to do that?" Tang Li's voice suddenly became gentle. "Try me if you don't believe me," Ning Jing said coldly. "Instead of explaining, I'd rather love you with my actions." Tang Li smiled. "Pervert." Ning Jing suddenly raised her hand and slapped Tang Li's face. Tang Li was stunned and quickly let go of his hands. Ning Jing was also stunned. She was the one who slapped him, but she was shocked. When Tang Li let go of his hands, her heart inexplicably skipped a beat and she didn't know what to do. Tang Li covered the side of his face that was burning. He lowered his eyes and didn't look at her. He said lightly, "I thought I've already explained it clearly. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Ning Jing stood in place for a while before she recovered her wit. She didn't think she was wrong, but why did her heart clench? Bastard Tang Li, he just left like that? Where was he going? Was he not going to come back to sleep tonight? Ning Jing bit her finger as she furrowed her brows. In the apricot grove, Tang Li had repeatedly spoken up for Han Yunxi and the rest. She had suspected that Tang Li and the Long Fei Yi couple had a close relationship. Before, Tang Li hadn't been in charge of the Tang clan. Tang Li and the Long Fei Yi had been on good terms in private and didn't involve the Tang clan. But now that Tang Li was the clan head, what if he and the Long Fei Yi continued to be friends? Would the Long Fei Yi one day be able to use the Tang clan as well? Or perhaps the Tang clan and the Long Fei Yi couple were secretly working together in the first place. But did they intentionally hide it from Cloud Realm Trade Consortium? Actually, she wasn't jealous today, but giving Tang Li a way out. She never thought that she'd end up with a slap on the face. Ning Jing had never been so flustered in her life. She finally realized that it was impossible for her to remain calm and rational when faced with this man. No matter what, she had to tell Ning Qing that Tang Li had gone to see Han Yunxi behind her back. But she'd already written the secret letter and burned it herself. She sat on the bed and stared blankly at her hand that had just slapped Tang Li. She sat like that until midnight when she heard movement outside the door. She quickly lay down and pretended to be asleep. Tang Li had returned. She heard the door close, his light cough, and the sound of him changing his clothes. She gritted her teeth as her mind turned into a mess. Tang Li lay down, but he didn't hug her like he did every night. Instead, he turned his back to her. In the darkness, Ning Jing's eyes were wide open as she focused on the person beside her. Unfortunately, Tang Li didn't turn around until daybreak. She hadn't slept a wink all night, but so had Tang Li. Still, their moods were the complete opposite. Tang Li thought that it was worth it to take a slap to dispel Ning Jing's suspicions. He could use this chance to give her the cold shoulder. He'd just received a secret report that Long Fei Yi was going to send out his troops ahead of schedule. If he could take over Cloud Realm Trade Consortium's arms trade soon, it'd be a huge setback for Ning Qing and a huge boost for Long Fei Yi. Thinking up to here, Tang Li woke up early and tidied himself up. Ignoring Ning Jing, he left the house again. They wouldn't leave Medical City for the next few days, because there was still a great show to watch after the medical skills competition. This afternoon, the Medical Academy's head elder, vice head academy, and council of elders would publicly put Gu Yuntian on trial and officially rehabilitate the poison sect. Early that morning, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei were drinking tea in the courtyard. Han Yunxi was looking at a secret list of names. She never expected Gu Beiyue's influence in Medical City to be so great. Many of Medical City's famous families and important members of the Medical Academy were on good terms with him. How did you do it? Han Yunxi asked in confusion. Before Gu Beiyue revealed his true medical skills, these people shouldn't have taken him seriously. A few years ago, I secretly gathered a group of disciples from the aristocratic families. Fourth young Miss Ren was one of them. We established the Apricot Woods Association to discuss medical skills together. We regularly visited poor areas and practiced medicine for free, Gu Beiyue replied. Han Yunxi was about to ask where Gu Beiyue had learned his medical skills when Gu walked over with sleepy eyes. TSK, it looks like a good deed, but in reality, it's not a good deed. These aristocratic family disciples weren't just the future of their families, they were also the future of Medical City. In truth, Gu Beiyue had already stolen a large chunk of Medical City's foundation. Brother Gu, it looks like Medical City will be yours sooner or later? Gu chuckled. Perhaps it was because Gu Beiyue's medical skills were better than his, but Gu had an inexplicable sense of worship for him. Gu Beiyue hesitated for a moment, then said in a low voice, Shao Qi, you've done a great service this time, but don't go this afternoon, all right? Chapter 799. No matter how low Gu Beiyue's voice was, Han Yunxi heard it all. Actually, Han Yunxi didn't want Gu to go to the trial either. But she didn't know how to persuade him otherwise. If there was going to be a trial, then all of Gu Yuntian's crimes would have to be made public. Even the evidence would have to be made public. Moreover, unlike the Apricot Woods Conference, everything would be made public to Gu Yuntian's side this time. All of Medical City and Cloud Realm Continent would be watching from the gates of the Medical Academy. Gu had said before that he didn't need sympathy. She believed that he was strong enough to face his unbearable past. Perhaps she wasn't strong enough herself. She was unable to calmly face a person who loved to laugh so much. In front of everyone's eyes, he was stripped naked and covered in scabs, standing in front of her dripping with blood. She couldn't accept it. She didn't want it. She was afraid that she'd cry again. Gu only pretended not to hear Gu Beiyue's pleas. He stretched lazily and asked, Have you all eaten breakfast yet? Old fiend, don't go. I still have something to do. Before Han Yunxi could finish, a forlorn sob sounded from outside the courtyard. Qi big brother! Qi big brother! Mu Ling'er flew over with tears streaming down her face. She threw herself at Gu and hugged him tight, burying her head in his chest as she wailed. Qi big brother, don't go! Don't go! I don't want you to go! I won't let you go! Qi big brother, sob. Why didn't you tell Ling'er why? Sob. Qi big brother, we've known each other since we were young. Why didn't you tell me? Mu Ling'er was crying her heart out. She always thought that Qi big brother was an orphan who grew up eating the food of hundreds of families. Later, she found out that Qi big brother was Gu Qisha, a disciple expelled from Medical City. A few days ago, she received news from Medical City and found out the truth. She didn't care about Pill Fiend Pharmacy's affairs and rushed over without stopping. Her eyes were almost blind from crying. She regretted so much. She regretted being so stupid when she met Qi brother. Why didn't she find out more about him? When she met Qi brother must have just been banished. He must have been covered in pain and had no one to protect him or comfort him. How could she fight with him? How could she call him a wild child? Mu Ling'er wished she could go back to the past, to the moment when they first met and hugged Shao Qi tightly. Silence reigned in the courtyard. Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin, who'd rushed over, stood on one side, not daring to make a sound. Mu Ling'er's heart-wrenching sobs broke everyone's hearts. Gu's eyes were hooded as he allowed Mu Ling'er to hug him. After a long time, he finally pushed her aside and wiped his clothes with a look of disgust. Your snot and tears are all stuck to my clothes. It's filthy. Get lost. Mu Ling'er cried even louder at his words. She tried to throw herself at him again, but Gu quickly backed away. "Chi brother," sob. "I feel so bad, sob. Mu Linger couldn't stop crying. She looked up at him as she sobbed. Gu Qishao hated it when she cried the most. He was about to curse her when he caught sight of her large, bloodshot eyes. Startled, he swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue. "You're crying again?" He arched a brow, his gaze still disdainful. Still, he tugged at his sleeve to wipe away Mu Linger's tears. "If you keep crying, you'll go blind. You'll never see me again." Mu Linger's sobs stopped abruptly. She didn't dare to shed any more tears and even stopped sobbing. She stared at him and his hand in a daze. His hand caressed her long eyelashes in an unbelievably gentle caress. She didn't dare to move. She was afraid that if she moved, Chi brother would disappear and she would never see him again. Gu wiped away Mu Linger's tears and warned her fiercely, "Don't you dare cry again." Mu Linger only dared to breathe when he let go of her. Her large, watery eyes were bloodshot from crying. She looked at him pitifully like a pitiful little rabbit. "Chi brother, don't go, okay?" she pleaded. She had heard Han Yunshi's words at the door just now. Gu Qishao waved his hand impatiently and ignored her. "Old man, just listen to..." Han Yunshi's words were interrupted again. Gu turned back to look at her. His deep voice was cold as he asked, "Do you know that I've been waiting for this day my whole life?" He had waited for this day for far, far too long. He had the power to oppose Gu Yuntian a long time ago. He had all the evidence in his hands and could even threaten Ling Gai to betray Gu Yuntian. But he had never made a move. He had even made an agreement with Long Fei Yi to keep each other's secrets a secret. He had helped Long Fei Yi hide the truth about Mute Granny, and Long Fei Yi had helped him hide the secret of his immortality. He had helped Long Fei Yi break the perplexing butterfly illusion, and Long Fei Yi had helped him deal with Medical City. The only reason he hadn't made a move himself was because he didn't want to expose his identity and past. He had hoped that one day, Long Fei Yi would destroy Gu Yuntian and all of Medical City. But Han Yunshi's identity as the poison sex orphan had changed all of his plans with Long Fei Yi. He could sit by and do nothing, or leave everything to Gu Beiwei alone. But he couldn't do it. He knew better than anyone that even if Gu Beiwei became the academy head, he still wouldn't be able to seize control of Medical City in a short period of time. He also wouldn't be able to give the poison sect a fair explanation. Thus, he had no choice but to make a move against Gu Yuntian and the Gu clan. Gu looked at the silent crowd and flashed a dazzling, flirtatious smile. "Since this young master has performed a great service, why shouldn't I go celebrate?" Saying this, he flew away, leaving behind only one sentence. "Everyone, see you this afternoon." Mu Ling chased after him, but couldn't catch up. She turned to Han Yunshi, tears streaming down her face again. Han Yunshi, sob. Han Yunshi, what do we do? Han Yunshi took a deep breath at the sight of the sobbing Mu Ling. She should rejoice that she was much stronger than Mu Ling. She said, "There's nothing we can do. If he's not afraid, then we shouldn't be afraid either. You come with us this afternoon, but you're not allowed to cry or you'll make a fool of yourself. Got it?" Mu Ling was still sobbing as Han Yunshi glared at her. Before she could speak, Mu Ling wiped away her tears. "Don't worry, I won't cry. I'll do as I say." At this moment, Chu Shifeng walked over with a purple envelope in his hands. Needless to say, it was a personal letter from Long Fei Yi to Han Yunshi. "Esteemed Wang Fei, this one needs to go to the medical academy first to organize the evidence for the trial. You all rest well. See you in the afternoon." Gu Beiwei left first. Han Yunshi had Su Donglin arrange a place for Mu Ling to stay. Once she was done, she went back to her rooms to read the letter. She already had 8 letters hidden in her hands, but this was the 9th. Although the first 8 letters were all blank, she still looked forward to the 9th one. Perhaps this one wasn't empty after all. Perhaps she could find clues to solve this mystery. Unfortunately, the 9th letter was still empty. Han Yunxi felt disappointed, angry, and wronged. She muttered to herself, Long Feiyi, it's been almost 2 months. Don't you miss me? At least talk to me. Besides personal letters, Long Feiyi would write her every few days to tell her about his injuries and the situation at Celestial Mountain. Then he'd teach her how to deal with the affairs of the South Central regions. Although these letters were meant for her, they were open for everyone to read. During the few days they had been in Medical City, these letters had stopped. Long Feiyi would send special letters to Gu Beiwei about the affairs of Medical City. Although they were meant for Gu Beiwei, the letters were also open for everyone to read. Han Yunxi had always known that Long Feiyi had a group of secret intelligence agents who specialized in collecting information about various forces. Therefore, he had many types of letters and had a wide range of categories. There were also different procedures for sending and receiving letters according to the categories. He also had a specially trained Eagle team to support the exchange of information. This time, Long Feiyi had sent letters to her and Gu Beiwei separately. The letter he sent to her mentioned Celestial Mountain and the South Central regions, but didn't mention Medical City at all. The letter he sent to Gu Beiwei specifically focused on the situation at Medical City. Han Yunxi wasn't curious about this. Although she was disappointed, she wasn't angry or disappointed. Han Yunxi quickly composed herself and replied to Long Feiyi with a smile. He sent her blank letters every day, and she sent him the same sentence every time. Long Feiyi, I miss you. After sending the letter, Han Yunxi put away the purple blank letter as usual. This was already the 9th letter. There should be a 10th, right? She didn't know how many letters it would take for them to meet. He had sent a letter a while ago saying that he was recuperating and wouldn't be able to leave the mountain for a year or so. Han Yunxi thought that after dealing with the affairs at Medical City, she would go back to the South Central regions first, and then go to Celestial Mountain. Ningqing had already retreated, and Long Feiyi's letter clearly stated that after Ningqing retreated, the Bailey army would only defend and not attack. They would observe the situation and Northern Li's movements for a while before deciding whether to send troops. It was now the end of summer and the beginning of autumn. Han Yunxi thought that after she went back to the South Central regions to deal with the autumn harvest, she could make a trip to Celestial Mountain before the snow closed the mountain. She had even thought about it. She would accompany Long Feiyi to spend the winter on Celestial Mountain. Once the snow melted, she would go down the mountain. After all, the South Central regions needed someone to hold down the fort. Otherwise, those aristocratic families would overturn the sky. Han Yunxi trusted Long Feiyi's letter so much. He had put in so much effort to make plans for the South Central regions, hoping that she could help him as much as possible and let him recuperate. Unfortunately, the letter Long Feiyi sent her, regarding the situation at Celestial Mountain and the South Central region's administrative affairs, were all lies. Han Yunxi's letters were all sent through the hands of several servants at the Nine Xian Palace at the top of Celestial Mountain. Long Feiyi was certain that the contents of these letters would definitely be revealed to that old fox. Therefore, he could only hide it from Han Yunxi for now. The real letters were all secretly sent to Gu Beiwei, and Gu Beiwei knew the truth. At this time, Gu Beiwei was also in his room reading the letters secretly sent by the Shadow Guard. After he finished reading, he was stunned for a long time, not knowing what to think. In the end, he helplessly shook his head and smiled. That's good, that's good. Finally, such a day has come. Long Feiyi, I only hope that you will keep your promise. At this time, a Shadow Guard suddenly appeared. Dr. Gu, His Highness didn't write a few words in the letter. He wanted this subordinate to tell you personally. Chapter 800. The Shadow Guard whispered to Gu Beiwei for a long time. As for what they were talking about, only the two of them knew. Even the surrounding Shadow Guards consciously retreated to the side. They all knew that His Highness Duke of Qin would only send someone to tell him about extremely confidential matters, and not write them down in a letter. Even if His Highness Duke of Qin's eagle was very safe, there was still a chance that it would be leaked midway. Sending someone to tell him about it was the safest option. The relationship between His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiyue was a mystery to begin with, and Gu Beiyue's background was only known to Imperial bodyguard Chu. What exactly did the Shadow Guard tell him this time? It was impossible to say that they weren't curious. However, even though Gu Beiyue was amiable, the Shadow Guard didn't dare to act rashly out of fear of their master's prestige. The Shadow Guard and Gu Beiyue whispered for a long time. Gu Beiyue's expression was as calm as ever, and he occasionally smiled and nodded. In the end, the Shadow Guard handed Gu Beiyue a large pink and purple envelope. "Dr. Gu, this is what you want." After the Shadow Guard left, Gu Beiyue opened the large envelope. He saw that there were 10 separate letters inside, and each one had been opened before. Gu Beiyue could see that there was a faint sadness in the depths of his eyes. However, he quickly smiled. He didn't read the letters, but put them away. Afterwards, he ordered the Shadow Guard, "Esteemed Wang Fei will secretly leave late at night. Make the arrangements." After he finished speaking, he added, "Don't tell her yet. After the trial this afternoon, he will personally tell her." The Shadow Guard obeyed and left. Mornings were always short and noon quickly passed. The entrance of the medical academy was filled with people. Could no longer be described as 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. This was because the street where the medical academy was located was extremely crowded. Even if they couldn't squeeze to the front, they still wanted to be closer to the trial so that they could know the results of the trial as soon as possible. Actually, the outcome of the trial would be to convict Gu Yuntian of his crimes and vindicate the poison sect. But how serious Gu Yuntian's crimes would be, how to punish him, and how to vindicate the poison sect was all up for debate. Whether Gu Yuntian was sentenced to death or given some punishment that would make him wish he was dead, both were called trials. The severity was different, and both had a great impact on Gu Yuntian and the Gu family. The impact on the Gu family was directly related to the balance of power among the families in Medical City. Was it to absolve the poison sect of all their crimes and acknowledge their status in Cloud Realm? Or was it to return everything to the poison sect and unseal their forbidden grounds? These were all trials. Different degrees of severity would have different effects on the Medical Academy and the various powers in Cloud Realm. After all, Han Yunxi wasn't just the poison sect's orphan, she was also the princess consort of the commander-in-chief's estate. When the time came, the relevant parties arrived. A few chairs were arranged in an arc at the entrance of the medical school. Sitting in the middle was none other than the new dean, Gu Beiyue. As a new official, he was still dressed in his usual white robes, quiet and beautiful. In the past, his quiet face gave off a warm feeling even when he wasn't smiling. But now, sitting in this position, he exuded an imposing aura without anger. He no longer looked like a scholar. Instead, he looked like a superior with an extraordinary background and excellent cultivation. Even his gentleness was very powerful. To his right sat 3 department heads: Department Head Hua, Department Head Ouyang, and the newly appointed Shin Jueming. After them were the members of the Council of Elders: Han Yunxi, Luo Zuishan, Li Shiyuan, and Li Tianxi. After them were the directors. The first to his left was Gu, followed by Gu Mu Linger and then Mu Linger. After her were the distinguished guests from the various powers. In that order were representatives from Medicine City, the Tang Clan, Tian'an, Western Zhou, Tianing, and Northern Li. In the past, the Medical Academy's guests would be ranked according to the strength of the powers they represented. Medicine City had a close relationship with Medical City, so they would be ranked first, followed by Northern Li. But now, Gu Beiyue had changed the rules. Smart people could tell at a glance that the new academy head was using this opportunity to announce the medical academy's position to the world. Leaving aside Gu Qishao and Mu Linger, just the locations of Medicine City and the Tang clan made it clear who was close and distant. Mu Qingwu inwardly rejoiced that he'd made the right choice. Otherwise, he didn't know how his father would punish him when he returned. Duanmu Bei had already received a letter from his imperial father yesterday, requesting that he be on good terms with Gu Beiyue and Han Yunxi. Although he wasn't happy, he knew that things were different now. He couldn't afford to offend these people. The Tianing officer's face was black the entire time. He was well aware that he couldn't get on good terms with Medical City. As for Bai Yanqing, he'd been staring coldly at Gu Beiyue since the beginning. Bai Yuqiao wasn't by his side. Tang Li and Ning Jing were sitting next to the people from Medicine City. The two of them were still in a cold war and refused to acknowledge each other. Before Gu Yuntian's trial, Gu Beiyue had first rehabilitated the poison sect. He cleared up the internal strife between the poison sect and the medical academy in the past, as well as all the crimes the medical academy had imposed on the poison sect. He announced that the poison sect's forbidden grounds had been lifted and that the land behind the medical academy, including its poison grounds, was returned to the poison sect. Moreover, he acknowledged that the poison sect was a part of the medical academy. The medical academy restored the medical sect and poison sect to their former glory. All of the poison sect's affairs were handed over to the poison sect's orphan, Han Yunxi. As the master of the poison beast, Han Yunxi naturally became the head of the poison sect. After seeing the gentleman last time, Lil Thing had been hiding in the poison storage space to heal its wounds. It seemed to have sensed the atmosphere and slipped out to watch the show as well. Still keeping a low profile, it only poked its head out of Mama Yunxi's medical pouch. But soon enough, it sensed that something was off. Its shifty eyes looked towards Bai Yanqing. His scent was familiar, but there was no blood in it, so it couldn't tell what it was. After the poison sect was rehabilitated, it was Gu Yuntian's turn. When the shackled Gu Yuntian and Great Elder Ling were escorted onto the stage, the noisy crowd instantly fell silent. Everyone turned to look at Gu Yuntian. Although Gu Yuntian was old, he took good care of himself, but now he seemed to have aged 10 years overnight. Half of his hair was white and his face was unkempt. He looked listless, old, and miserable. Those who didn't know him would think that he was a beggar. As for head elderling, his face was covered in tears. He was still wiping them away. The distance between heaven and hell was actually very, very short. Detestable people were always pitiful, but Gu Yuntian had no trace of pity. He was absolutely detestable. When Gu Yuntian was brought to his knees, Han Yunxi, Gu Beiyue, and Mu Ling all glanced towards Gu. Gu didn't avoid them as much as they'd imagined. He sat with one leg crossed over the other as he looked disdainfully at Gu Yuntian. Only now did they truly see Shao Qi's strength. Someone come, bring out all the evidence of Gu Yuntian and Ling Gai's crimes. Gu Beiyue said loudly. The medical assistant brought out all the evidence, and Gu Beiyue laid it all out in front of him. The evidence wasn't just about how they'd tortured Shao Qi, but also all the scandals they'd committed in the medical academy over the years. Of course, the evidence for these scandals came from Gu Qishao. Everyone listened quietly. Gu Beiyue, Han Yunxi, and the others didn't pay any more attention to Gu. Too much attention was an insult to him, and he didn't need pity. Mu Ling-er's eyes reddened when she heard the evidence, but she remembered Han Yunxi's instructions and didn't cry. However, apart from them, everyone else was looking at Gu. Their gazes were even more complicated than at the Apricot Woods conference. Pity and sympathy were the majority. Gu was magnanimous and allowed them to look at him. He smiled as he looked disdainfully at Yuntian, unmoved by the gazes of the people around him. True strength wasn't the ability to endure pain, but rather the pitiful and sympathetic gazes of others. In the end, Gu Beiyue, the 3 vice deans, and the elders decided to convict Gu Yuntian. He was sentenced to be paraded in public and imprisoned in Medical City's 9 Lives Temple. That place specialized in treating patients with incurable infectious diseases. Although they were separated from each other, that place was still very dangerous. Even the medical staff had to take preventive medicine and couldn't stay there for long. The consequences of Gu Yuntian being imprisoned there for long periods of time were obvious. As for head elder Ling, he was sentenced to death because of his merit in reporting Gu Yuntian. Head elder Ling breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the verdict. When Gu had threatened him with a pile of evidence, he knew that he and Gu Yuntian wouldn't be able to escape this calamity. Thus, he chose to betray Gu Yuntian in exchange for his own death. Because of Gu Yuntian, Gu Beiyue sentenced the Gu family to the crime of harboring a criminal. They were forbidden from participating in the Medical Academy's administration for the next 10 years. After the verdict, Gu Beiyue stood up and apologized to everyone on behalf of the Medical Academy. Then, the vice-deans, elders, and board of directors all stood up and turned to face Gu Beiyue. Gu didn't expect this and abruptly jumped up from his seat with a guarded expression. "Gu Beiyue, what are you doing?" Gu Beiyue didn't answer him. Instead, he bowed deeply. "Shao Qi, Medical City has let you down. Medical City welcomes you home at any time." As soon as he finished speaking, the people behind Gu Beiyue bowed in unison and said in unison, "Shao Qi, Medical City welcomes you home at any time." Home. Gu blinked his long, flirtatious eyes and smiled, but there were clearly traces of tears in his eyes. So he still had a home? Back when he was expelled from the Medical Academy and was thrown eggs and rotten vegetables all the way out, he didn't have a home anymore. The word home didn't exist in his life. Gu looked at Gu Beiyue's sincere and serious face and laughed louder and more heartily. He was about to answer Gu Beiyue. Unexpectedly, Bai Yanqing suddenly stood up and questioned, "Dean Gu, Shao Qi has been fed medicine since he was in his mother's womb. He's been tested for drugs and illnesses. Why hasn't he died yet? Why hasn't he fallen ill or suffered any pain? Could it be that he's a monster?" His words caused an uproar in the crowd. Actually, everyone had considered this question before, but no one dared to ask it in public. Bai Yanqing walked out and stood in front of Gu Beiyue and Gu Yuntian. He continued, "Also back then, Shao Qi died of an unknown plague. He didn't even have a pulse or breath. How did he come back to life? Can he come back from the dead, or was he born a monster? His life and death are different from ordinary people?" For a moment the uproar quieted down. Bai Yanqing asked about Dean Gu, but no one knew whether this Dean Gu was a new one or an old one. In the silence, everyone looked at Gu again. This time, their gazes were no longer sympathetic, but filled with curiosity and fear, as if they were looking at a monster. "I also want to ask Gu Yuntian, is Shao Qi still considered a human?" "Not really. He was a monster since he was in his mother's womb. He didn't die from that kind of torture. No matter how much he was tortured after he was born, he wouldn't die, hee. Then he really doesn't look like a human. Hee. Even a beast's body isn't as good as his, right?" A few people deliberately mocked loudly. Gu's smile disappeared. His long and narrow eyes narrowed into a straight line. Ruthlessness was written all over his face. He clenched his fist. Just as he was about to make a move, Han Yunshi suddenly walked to his side and clenched his fist tightly. Chapter 801. Han Yunshi gripped Gu's fist tightly. Gu tilted his head and whispered, "Poison girl, let go. Be good." In the past, he would have been overjoyed if Han Yunshi had taken the initiative to hold his hand. But now, he was trying his best to restrain his anger so that he wouldn't lose his rationality and vent his anger on Han Yunshi. He was already on the verge of losing control, yet he could still call her "poison girl" so gently. Just how much did he dote on her? "I won't let go." Han Yunshi didn't let go. Instead, she pried open his fist and held his hand tightly. Gu's heart skipped a beat. He stared blankly at his and Han Yunxi's tightly interlocked hands. If this moment could last forever, he would accept it even if he was consigned to eternal damnation by the people around him calling him a monster. Unfortunately, he didn't even have the chance to do so. He quickly regained his senses and steeled himself to break free. But to his surprise, Gu Beiwei gripped his other hand with the same strength as Han Yunxi's. It was so tight that it gave him the illusion that they would never be separated. "Old ghost, don't fall into his trap," Gu Beiwei whispered. "Old ghost, I'll protect you this time. Trust me." Han Yunxi's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Gu Qishao finally calmed down. He'd never had someone hold his hand so tightly before, much less both of them. Old Ghost was the fearless Gu Qishao. Shao Qi was Medical City's monster. They called him Old Ghost and not Shao Qi. This was to tell him that no matter who he was, no matter what his past was, and no matter how strange his constitution was, he would always be the Gu they knew, the same Gu Qishao. For the first time in his life, he realized that there were people in this world who would protect him. How could he let them down? He smiled. He gripped Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei's hands tightly. Although his right hand was reluctant to part with them, he still released them with his left hand. As a friend, there was no need for them to support him. As long as they stood side by side, that would be enough. How could he not see the intention of this group of hecklers? This was clearly a trap. It was clearly a trap that was carefully prepared to deal with him, Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei. Ever since his identity was exposed, many people had been keeping an eye on him. Gu Beiwei had used the trial as an excuse to let him return to Medical City. If he used force to kill someone today, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. With how vicious these people were, they might even turn him into a terrifying monster, a public enemy that threatened the safety of Cloud Realm Continent. She might even discover the secret of his immortality. Once the secret of his immortality was exposed, the fact that the poison sect was raising poison Gu humans would be confirmed. At that time, both the Medical Academy and the poison sect would be hard-pressed to escape the blame. Gu didn't know why he had an undying body, nor did he know what the poison sect's poison Gu people looked like. Was he one of them? He only knew that he had to keep this secret. In the past, it was for his own sake. Today, it was for the poison sect and Medical City, for Han Yunxi and Gu Beiwei. Keeping silent was his most rational choice. He fell silent and smiled as he looked at the Northernly Imperial physician and the people in the crowd who were clamoring for him to come out. Seeing Gu's heartless smile, the hecklers withered. But the Northernly Imperial physician spoke up again. "It looks like Gu Yuntian can't explain Shao Qi's constitution." Academy head Gu, Old Man suggested that the Medical Academy set up a special research team. "What's your name?" Han Yunxi cut him off coldly. Han Yunxi could repeat the Imperial physician's words without missing a word. This fellow wanted to use Cloud Realm Continent's safety as an excuse to ask Medical City to set up a special research team to study Gu's body. How was this any different from Gu Yuntian's actions? Gu Yuntian was a medical maniac who would do anything for the sake of medical research. This Imperial physician, on the other hand, only cared about Cloud Realm Continent's safety. Both of them were equally selfish. Han Yunxi stared icy at the Northernly Imperial physician, her gaze no less vicious than Gu's. Although Bai Yanqing had only decided to pretend to be Northernly's Imperial physician Naza Delan after arriving at Medical City, the man lived in seclusion in Northernly. Very few people had seen his true face, and Bai Yanqing had disguised himself as well. How could it be easy to see through him? But for some reason, Han Yunxi's stare made Bai Yanqing feel a little guilty. He avoided Han Yunxi's gaze and rose to his feet before bowing politely. "This one is Northernly's Imperial physician Naza Delan." Han Yunxi's face was expressionless as she asked, "What's your rank?" "5th rank Divine Physician," Bai Yanqing replied. Han Yunxi suddenly sneered. 5th rank divine physician? Very good. Have you heard of suspended animation? Suspended animation? This one doesn't know what esteemed Wang Fei means? Bai Yanqing was confused. You don't know about suspended animation? Han Yunxi asked again. This. Bai Yanqing finally realized that it was a trap, but he remained calm. This is the first time this one has heard of it. Please enlighten me, esteemed Wang Fei. Suspended animation is also called a weak death. It's not a true death. Simply put, it means that you look like you're dead, but you're not. According to Gu Yuntian's records, they checked Gu's breathing and found that he was no longer breathing. After checking his pulse, they thought that Gu was dead. But in reality, Gu isn't dead. He's just in a suspended animation. There's no such thing as resurrection in this world. Bai Yanqing laughed out loud. Esteemed Wang Fei, do you think Gu is in suspended animation just because you say so? Did the medical school's dean make a wrong diagnosis? Although Gu Yuntian is guilty, it's not good for you to slander him like this, right? The crowd wasn't convinced by Han Yunxi, and they all laughed along with Bai Yanqing. The few hecklers started hooting again. Esteemed Wang Fei, who would believe that Gu Yuntian can't even distinguish between life and death? Gu Qishao clearly died once. That's right. He's not simple to be able to resurrect from the dead. Of course, monsters aren't simple. In my opinion. Before he could finish his sentence, Han Yunxi suddenly shot out a poison needle into the abdomen of the person who spoke. The person opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something, but before he could say anything, he suddenly fell to the ground and stopped moving. No one expected Han Yunxi to suddenly use poison. Gu Beiwei and Gu were also shocked. Han Yunxi, what are you doing? The person's companion asked angrily as he helped him up. Han Yunxi's face was covered with a layer of frost, making people afraid to approach her. She said, "Murder!" Instantly, the crowd fell silent. The companion was so shocked that he hurriedly went to check the unconscious person's breathing. Once he did so, he was so shocked that he quickly let go. He's really dead. He's not breathing. She killed someone. Killed someone. Han Yunxi glanced at Bai Yanqing. Do you think he's dead or alive? Bai Yanqing hurriedly came over to check the person's breathing and pulse. Not only did he feel the pulse on his wrist, he also felt the pulse on his neck. He guessed that Han Yunxi wanted to prove that he was in suspended animation. But this person wasn't breathing and didn't have a pulse. How could he be in suspended animation? He was obviously already dead. Why, as a 5th-grade divine doctor, you can't even determine whether a person is dead or alive? Han Yunxi asked again. Bai Yanqing hesitated for a moment before giving a clear answer. He's dead. Han Yunxi smiled cold. She looked at Gu Yuntian, who was kneeling at the side in silence. She asked again, Gu Yuntian, do you think this person is dead or alive? Gu Yuntian seemed to be immersed in his own world, and didn't answer Han Yunxi for a long time. Gu Yuntian, if I say this person is alive, would you believe me? If I say that you even misjudged Gu's life and death, would you believe me? Han Yunxi tried to provoke him. Gu Yuntian suddenly raised his head to look at her. His brows were tightly furrowed and his face was serious. Without Han Yunxi's urging, he dragged the shackles and chains towards the deceased, like a madman. He first checked the person's breathing and then seriously checked the person's pulse. How could he make such a low-level mistake? He didn't believe it. He's dead. He was very sure. He was also very sure that Shao Qi was already dead back then. The reason why Shao Qi could be resurrected was definitely because of Shao Qi's body constitution. He looked at Han Yunxi with disdain and told her again, he's dead. I can't be wrong. Shao Qi was indeed dead back then. Han Yunxi's eyes were overflowing with murderous intent. She couldn't wait to kick Gu Yuntian, this perverted old thing, to death. He had caused so much trouble for Gu. Wasn't that enough? And now, he still wanted to find trouble for Gu? It seemed that Gu Beiyue's judgment on Gu Yuntian wasn't enough. You're wrong. Nazadelin, you're wrong too. Watch carefully. As Han Yunshi spoke, she squatted beside the deceased, and used her fingers to press on the deceased's eyeballs, causing the pupils to change shape. However, once she let go, the deceased's pupils returned to normal. A dead person's pupils will disperse. His pupils can still move. He's not dead. Han Yunshi explained word by word. The deceased's pupils would disperse because the muscles were loose. This deceased's pupils could still return to normal after being pressed, which was enough to prove that he was not dead. Gu Yuntian's face was full of shock. He suddenly pushed Han Yunshi away and checked the deceased's pupils. Bai Yanqing also came forward. When the two of them saw the truth, they were both shocked. Han Yunshi's heart was filled with anger. She pushed Gu Yuntian to the side. When Bai Yanqing saw this, he actually consciously retreated. She took a hair rope and tied it to the deceased's finger. Very quickly, the finger was filled with blood and swollen with bruises. The blood is still circulating. How could he be dead? Han Yunshi stared coldly at Gu Yuntian and Bai Yanqing. Don't the two of you know such basic knowledge? The two of them were speechless. Bai Yanqing's eyes were filled with complex emotions, while Gu Yuntian kept shaking his head and muttering something to himself. Han Yunshi ordered someone to take a small chicken feather and placed it on the deceased's nostrils. She said angrily, "The two of you, take a good look." Not only Bai Yanqing and Gu Yuntian, but everyone present looked over. Everyone looked carefully and clearly saw that the chicken feather had been blown by the deceased's nostrils. Heavens! The person was really not dead. Impossible, impossible! Gu Yuntian fell to the ground and muttered to himself like a fool. Bai Yanqing looked at Han Yunshi and was about to explain himself when Han Yunshi suddenly threw the thick pile of evidence in Bai Yanqing's face. She roared. Chapter 802. A thick stack of evidence slammed into Bai Yanqing's body and scattered, revealing Bai Yanqing's livid face. The bridge of his nose was injured and red. Han Yunshi raged. I'll have to trouble you to look carefully. Didn't these records say that Gu Yuntian and Ling Gai only checked his breathing and pulse? Even if, Bai Yanqing still wanted to defend himself, but Han Yunshi didn't give him a chance. She shouted back, "Your medical skills are inferior. You don't even know about suspended animation and can't distinguish between life and death. This isn't your fault. Who told you to be so stupid? However, based on your one-sided understanding, you made presumptuous inferences and slandered Gu as a monster. Your crimes are unforgivable. As a doctor, you should know the rigor of diagnosis. Jumping to conclusions without knowing anything is damaging to a person's reputation. You don't deserve to be a fifth-ranked doctor, let alone a doctor." Bai Yanqing looked at Gu Yuntian. He felt wrong. How could he understand something that even Gu Yuntian didn't know? People like you are lucky that you don't kill people. I don't expect you to treat people. Han Yunshi scolded again. Most of the people present were on the side of the new leader of Medical City, especially some of the older members of the medical school. They always felt sorry for Shao Qi, so they naturally wouldn't help. As for the people who had heckled just now, seeing that their companion was still lying on the ground, their life and death unknown, they didn't dare to make a sound. Only Bai Yanqing and Han Yunshi were left to fight alone. After Han Yunshi's angry roar, Bai Yanqing finally found a chance to speak. He hurriedly said, "Esteemed Wang Fei, what you said is unfair. Didn't Gu Yuntian also not see that Shao Qi was suspended animation?" Han Yunshi sneered. "So, you also admit that Shao Qi was suspended animation and not resurrected?" Bai Yanqing realized that he had slapped his own face. He was as shrewd as an old fox. How could he fall into Han Yunshi's trap so easily? He told himself to calm down. Even if Gu didn't come back from the dead, he has been taking medicine since he was in his mother's womb and has been eating medicine for food. How did he grow so big? And still so healthy? Bai Yanqing asked. Are you really a fifth-grade divine doctor? Han Yunshi asked. Princess Consort, please answer this one's question first. Bai Yanqing said. Ever since Gu Yuntian was young, he had been tested on drugs. It was actually a normal process of taking medicine when he was sick. This process was no different from a normal person taking medicine when they were sick. The only difference was that Gu Yuntian used poison to make him sick. May I ask, why can't Gu survive? Also, there was a period of time when he used medicine as food. Not only did he drink medicinal soup, but he also ate medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs were also food, and he was a vegetarian. How could he not grow up? The monks in the temple eat vegetarian food every day, but aren't they still fine? Han Yunshi shook her head repeatedly. Nazadelin, it's fine if you don't know medical knowledge, but how can you not know even the most basic common sense? You don't need to be a doctor, and you don't need to be a human. The moment she finished speaking, the entire crowd fell silent. But very quickly they burst out into laughter. You don't need to be an adult, and you don't need to be a human. Han Yunshi's scolding was good, it was a wonderful scolding. Bai Yanqing's face alternated between white and red. He never thought that with his intelligence and shrewdness, he would be defeated so badly in his first confrontation with Han Yunshi. He was calmly pondering over a countermeasure when Gu Beiyue came forward and said indifferently, Gu, let me take your pulse? Gu Beiyue's voice wasn't loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Han Yunshi proved that Gu was in a state of suspended animation, and also explained the reason why Gu was still alive and healthy. However, everyone was still curious about Gu's physique. Gu stretched out his hand and everyone looked over. Gu Beiyue seriously took his pulse, and only finished after a while. How is it? This young master also wants to know what kind of monster I am, he. Gu teased. Gu Beiyue laughed. Gu, I'm very sorry, but your pulse is no different from a normal person's. Even if you want to be a monster, you can't. Gu shrugged. What a pity. If you don't believe me, you can come and take my pulse, Gu Beiyue said. Everyone looked at each other. They all wanted to step forward, but they didn't dare. Bai Yanqing decisively stepped forward. He was just worried that he wouldn't have this chance. Gu generously stretched out his hand. Bai Yanqing took his pulse, and his face darkened. Gu's pulse really was normal. How was this possible? Could it be that his guess was wrong, and Gu wasn't a poison Gu human? All these years, he had been searching for the secret recipe to raise poison Gu humans. No one could be sure if the poison sect had actually come up with the recipe back then. He even suspected that the recipe had fallen into the hands of the medical academy, and that Gu Yuntian had raised Gu into an undying poison Gu human. That was how Gu had been able to endure so much torture without dying. But Gu's pulse was absolutely normal. Could it be that he had guessed wrong? How is it? Gu Beiyue asked. Bai Yanqing was shocked, but he remained calm. He quickly bowed to Gu. I'm sorry. Even Bai Yanqing admitted that Gu's pulse was normal. What reason did the crowd have to not believe him? Sorry? How much is it worth? Han Yunshi laughed cold. Bai Yanqing lowered his head, wanting to continue apologizing, but Han Yunshi immediately ordered, Someone come, demote Nazadelin's medical rank by 3 and send him to the 2nd rank academy to study hard. To a 5th rank divine doctor, this was an utter humiliation. Even the teachers in the 2nd rank academy were only 4th rank divine doctors. If the real Nazadelin knew about this, he'd probably bang his head against the wall and commit suicide. Bai Yanqing felt deeply humiliated as an impostor, but he was most worried about his own freedom. The Rank 2 school of the medical college was a completely enclosed school. One would have to stay in there for at least a year before coming out. He did not have that much time to stay in there. If he ran away and was tracked down, his identity would definitely be exposed. Academy head Gu, esteemed Wang Fei, please calm your anger. Old man is also, Han Yunshi didn't give him a chance to explain. Someone come, send him away? Bai Yanqing could very well refuse, but once he did, he would be expelled from the medical world. He represented Northernly. Once he was expelled, the matter would blow up and he wouldn't be able to leave for at least a day or two. He still had an important matter to attend to tonight. Bai Yanqing was in a dilemma. In the end, he walked in front of Gu and bowed sincerely. "Young Master Gu, I've misspoken. I'm sorry, please forgive me." How could apologizing to Gu be so easy? If not for the fact that Gu still had Gu Beiyue's needles stuck in his armpit, he definitely wouldn't have let Bai Yanqing off so easily. The needles in his armpit were inserted when Gu Beiyue wasn't paying attention. It was these two needles that made his abnormal pulse return to normal. Forgive? Haha, sure. Shout, "I'm not a human, I'm a monster," 3 times, and this young master will forgive you. Gu said with a chuckle. Bai Yanqing's eyes flashed with murderous intent. His hands in his sleeves had already clenched into fists, but he still calmed down quickly. The most frightening thing about him was this calmness. Okay. He was so humble that no one doubted his identity. He quickly agreed, and then really shouted 3 times, "I'm not a human, I'm a monster." Gu was still very satisfied. His smile was especially beautiful. When Han Yunxi saw his smile, her tense face finally broke into a smile. Bai Yanqing didn't have the face to stay any longer. He ran away in a sorry state. Although he was calm, this was probably the most embarrassing moment of his life. At this time, Han Yunxi gave the antidote to the fake death. The fake death woke up and heard everything. He was so shocked that he ran away. In a state of suspended animation, if he was poisoned, he would wake up immediately after the antidote. If he was sick, he would wake up immediately. Gu had taken the antidote before, so he should have recovered from his illness. Han Yunxi gave the final explanation. Actually, there were some doubtful points in her last explanation, but it still stunned everyone present. After all, Gu's pulse was normal, so no one could make wild guesses. And Han Yunxi herself didn't know what was going on with Shao Qi's body. "Is there anyone else who doubts Gu's constitution?" Gu Beiyue asked loudly. Everyone shook their heads in denial. Gu clasped his hands together, his mood even better. Mu Ling'er sniffed at the side, determined not to cry. The trial was over. The attendants were about to take Gu Yuntian to be paraded, but Han Yunxi stopped them. Coldly, she said, "You can't even distinguish between life and death, so how can you be an 8th-rank doctor? Come, abolish all of Gu Yuntian's medical skills." Abolishing all of his medical skills was equivalent to erasing his name from the medical academy's rankings. The dazed Gu Yuntian suddenly came to his senses and roared at Han Yunxi. "What right do you have to do this? You don't have the right to do this. You don't." Han Yunxi never paid attention to him. Gu Beiyue agreed with Han Yunxi's words. He waved his hand and ordered the attendants to take Gu Yuntian to the vehicle. Wasn't Gu Yuntian's medical skills the most important thing? Then abolish his medical skills and let him know what pain was. The trial was over. Gu Yuntian was taken to the vehicle and paraded through the street. When the people of Medical City saw him, not only did they throw eggs and vegetables, they also threw stones. Gu Qishao stepped onto the roof as he followed the car, staring coldly without a word. Mu Ling'er followed closely behind. Mu Ling'er knew that this was already the best outcome, but it still couldn't heal Qi brother's broken heart. After all, Gu Yuntian was his biological father, his only family. How could Qi brother be so heartless? Mu Ling'er didn't disturb him and silently followed him. That night, as the head of the medical academy, Gu Beiyue invited guests to a banquet. Gu and Mu Ling'er didn't attend, but someone saw them enter the 9 Lives Palace with Gu Yuntian. Han Yunxi didn't attend either. She was in the poison sect's forbidden grounds, sorting through the scrolls left behind by the poison sect. After the banquet, the Shadow Guard wanted to send Gu Beiyue back, but Gu Beiyue took a detour to the poison sect's forbidden grounds to find Han Yunxi. There was a difficult path between the medical academy and the poison sect's forbidden ground. The shadow guard asked curiously, "Dr. Gu, the carriage is ready. You haven't told esteemed Wang Fei that you're sending her off tonight?" "No, I have something very important to tell her first before I send her off." Gu Beiyue felt for the item in his sleeve with a heavy heart. After entering the poison sect's forbidden grounds, they headed for the sky pit. There was a palace near the sky pit and Han Yunxi was there. "Dr. Gu, watch your step." "We're almost there," the shadow guard reminded. Suddenly, a sword light flashed in Gu Beiyue's direction. The shadow guard hastily pushed him aside. "Dr. Gu, watch out." Chapter 803. Gu Beiyue was shoved aside by the shadow guard. He could have stood, but he still fell to the ground. The medicinal pills Long Fei Yi had given him had helped him recover 30% of his internal energy. Not only could he stand, but he could also use his lightness techniques to dodge. However, he would absolutely not expose himself again unless he had no other choice. Gu Beiyue collapsed to the ground, only to see 3 masked assassins dressed in black. The 10 shadow guards hiding in the shadows all appeared and began to fight with the 3 assassins. The taller shadow guard who'd shoved him aside retreated to his side to protect him. The 3 assassins all wielded long swords, and their swordsmanship far exceeded Gu Beiyue's expectations. Their every move was filled with an unstoppable sword aura. Even the 10 shadow guards couldn't gain the upper hand against them. They had only crossed swords for a short while, but the battle was already intense. The taller shadow guard could only gape at the sight. The 3 assassins' swordsmanship clearly came from Tianshan Kenzo. Judging from their sword aura, they must have cultivated Tianshan Kenzo's Nirvana heart art. Who are they? If their swordsmanship could reach this level, they had to be disciples of the 2 depositories and courtyards of Celestial Mountain. His Highness Duke of Qin had long taken control of Tianshan Kenzo. Song Qiuzi's traders were all under control as well, so they couldn't have left the mountain. Even if they were Song Qiuzi's traders, why would they target Gu Beiyue? Gu Beiyue had no enmity with them. Currently, Gu Beiyue was staring at the fight with furrowed brows. The taller shadow guard stole a glance at Gu Beiyue and saw his stern expression. He knew this wasn't good. Based on the current situation, wouldn't Dr. Gu suspect His Highness Duke of Qin? Thinking up to here, a terrifying thought flashed through the taller shadow guard's mind. He couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that this assassin really was sent by His Highness Duke of Qin? Dr. Gu wasn't a simple person to begin with, and he even kept his cooperation with His Highness Duke of Qin a secret from esteemed Wang Fei. Was His Highness Duke of Qin planning to use him to take over Medical City and then cook him as a lackey? Objectively speaking, Dr. Gu had become His Highness Duke of Qin's strongest opponent after taking control of Medical City. Once Dr. Gu betrayed His Highness Duke of Qin and collaborated with other powers, His Highness Duke of Qin's plans would fall apart. Because dealing with Dr. Gu was far more difficult than dealing with Gu Yuntian. Gu Yuntian was a medical maniac, while Dr. Gu was a world-shaking genius. This swordsmanship is so familiar. Gu Beiyue's tone was calm and emotionless, but it scared the shadow guard. "Why are you panicking?" Gu Beiyue asked again. "Dr. Gu, their swordsmanship." For a moment, the shadow guard didn't know how to explain. Just as Gu Beiyue was about to speak, the shadow guard abruptly pushed him aside. In the blink of an eye, a sword came whistling from behind them. Another assassin. That was close. The shadow guard threw caution to the wind. No matter who these assassins were, as long as he hadn't received any new orders from His Highness Duke of Qin, he had to carry out his old orders and protect Dr. Gu with his life. He and Gu Beiyue both turned around to see another masked assassin. However, unlike the black-robed assassin, this one wasn't wearing a mask. Instead, he wore a black hood that completely covered his face, revealing only his eyes. Other than that, it was impossible to tell that the person was a man. Dr. Gu's martial arts are far superior to the other three. We can only run. The tall shadow guard was also a veteran of many battles. He saw through the situation at a glance. He grabbed Gu Beiwei and turned to flee toward the medical academy. Unfortunately, the black-robed assassin quickly landed in front of them. He raised his sword and pointed it at Gu Beiwei. Although he didn't make a sound, the murderous intent in his deep eyes was enough to show that he was determined to kill. Gu Beiwei narrowed his eyes and looked at him, not saying a word. Although he had only recovered 30% of his martial arts, his eyesight was as good as ever. He could see more clearly than the tall shadow guard. The 3 assassins were far more powerful than the 10 shadow guards. Soon, the outcome of the battle would be decided. Moreover, the man in front of them had superb martial arts skills, enough to be mentioned in the same breath as Long Fei. Where did these people come from, and why did they want to kill him? We can't escape. Think of a way to save him. Gu Beiwei whispered. The tall shadow guard hurriedly sent out a distress signal. First, he wanted to warn esteemed Wang Fei's shadow guard to be careful. Second, he wanted to ask the shadow guard in Medical City for help. As soon as the signal was sent out, the black-robed assassin attacked. With a wave of his sword, he sent out a wave of sword energy that could topple mountains and overturn seas. It was so powerful that it was impossible to escape. The tall shadow guard was stunned. Apart from the elders of Celestial Mountain and the old man from Kenzo, only His Highness Duke of Qin had such ability. Heavens, who was this black-robed assassin? The tall shadow guard couldn't dodge. In the blink of an eye, he turned around and grabbed Gu Beiwei as they fell to the ground, using his body to shield Gu Beiwei. The sword energy struck the tall shadow guard. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which splashed onto Gu Beiwei's shoulder and dyed his white robes red. Dr. Gu, let's go. Gu Beiwei knew that the black-robed assassin was powerful, but he didn't expect him to be this strong. He had only seen such powerful sword energy from Long Fei before. He pushed the tall shadow guard. The tall shadow guard suddenly fell to the side, his eyes wide open. He was dead. Gu Beiwei frowned. He gently stroked the tall shadow guard's eyes to make him close his eyes. The 10 shadow guards were completely pinned down by the 3 assassins. Although they knew that this was a dangerous situation, they couldn't free themselves to protect Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei's gentle gaze gradually turned cold. He didn't run away. Instead, he coldly stared at the black-robed assassin and asked, "Who are you? What enmity do you have with me?" The black-robed assassin only sneered. He didn't answer and continued to inch closer to Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei began to retreat step by step, his heart filled with doubts. This black-robed assassin had attacked so ruthlessly and quickly, but now he wasn't in a hurry to attack. What was his goal? Do we know each other? Gu Beiwei probed again. The black-robed assassin still didn't speak. Gu Beiwei coldly laughed. This one is familiar with your Heaven Mountain sword style. Once these words were said, the black-robed assassin suddenly stopped. Gu Beiwei saw this and didn't know what to think. His eyes suddenly narrowed. He was about to speak when the black-robed assassin suddenly raised his sword. Gu Beiwei decisively retreated. It looked like he only took 1 step back, but his figure blurred and he instantly distanced himself from the black-robed assassin. Yes, he used the shadow technique. The black-robed assassin looked at him from afar. His eyes flashed with a trace of satisfaction. He immediately chased after him. Gu Beiwei turned and ran. Because 30% of his internal energy couldn't support him for long, he could only use it once or twice. He had to use the remaining energy on the blade. Very quickly, he felt the murderous sword chi behind him. He suddenly stopped. Just as the sword chi was about to hit his back, he suddenly shifted his position and narrowly avoided it. Although he avoided it, but he fell to the ground. Shifting his position twice had used up quite a bit of his internal energy. He didn't know if he could still hold on. He didn't have time to think and quickly got up, because the sword chi behind him was already closing in. Unexpectedly, when he raised his head, he saw Han Yunshi standing not far in front of him. Her face was filled with shock as she looked at him. Gu Beiyue did not expect this and was stunned. Han Yunshi also stood there in a daze. The two of them looked at each other. The distance between them was less than 20 steps, but it was like they were separated by thousands of rivers and mountains. They were so far apart that they were like strangers who had never met each other. Han Yunshi clearly saw his shadow technique just now. The sword chi came from Gu Beiyue's back. The sword chi was large and filled with murderous intent. But it was ignored by the two of them. "White-robed gentleman," Han Yunshi murmured, her voice so low that Gu Beiyue couldn't hear her. "Miss Yunshi, Gu Beiyue had thousands of things he wanted to say, but they were stuck in his throat. Even his words were so soft that only he could hear them. She trusted him so much, but he was hiding things from her? He was so loyal, but she didn't know his difficulties. Lil Thing rushed over and grabbed Gu Beiyue's trousers to remind him to dodge. Lil Thing hadn't recovered yet, or else it would have knocked its gentleman aside long ago. Fortunately, Chu Shifeng strode over and pulled Gu Beiyue away. At the same time, Su Donglin did the same to Han Yunshi. Whoosh! There was a loud sound as the sword chi shot out like Ho Yi's arrow. It whistled through the air and crashed into the cliff in front of them, shattering a corner of the boulder. "Chi!" Lil Thing suddenly cried out in alarm, pointing anxiously at the dark-robed assassin as if it knew who he was. "Celestial Mountain Sword Arts," Su Donglin blurted out. Han Yunshi didn't even have time to figure out Gu Beiyue's identity, because she was even more stunned by the sword chi. She didn't know martial arts, but she remembered how powerful the sword chi Long Fei Yi had used against the old Kenzo in Tianshan Kenzo. She knew very few people in the world could produce such sword chi. Who was this dark-robed man? Why did he want to kill Gu Beiyue? Gu Beiyue shook his head. Even though he forced himself to stay calm, he couldn't hide the panic and confusion in his eyes. He'd bitterly guarded his secret for so many years. Now that she knew his identity as a member of the Shadow Clan, what would she think? How was he supposed to protect her in the future? Lil Thing jumped from Gu Beiyue's body to Han Yunshi's and tugged at her sleeve to get her attention. Its claws kept pointing at the dark-robed assassin, as if it wanted to tell Han Yunshi something. By now, the three assassins had already taken care of the Shadow Guard and landed behind the dark-robed assassin to face off against Han Yunshi's group. "Who are you?" Han Yunshi asked coldly. The dark-robed man didn't answer, but intentionally avoided her gaze. With a wave of his hand, the three assassins attacked with their sword. "Retreat," Chu Shifeng said decisively. Although they'd brought 10 or so shadow guards with them, this dark-robed assassin was enough to take on all of them. They had no chance of winning, so their only chance was to escape. Chu Shifeng had long been thinking the same thing. "Esteemed Wang Fei, let's go first, quick! If we're leaving together." Han Yunshi refused immediately. She quickly grabbed Gu Beiyue's hand and looked into his eyes. "No matter who you are, you have to leave with me. You owe me an explanation." Gu Beiyue looked at her stubborn gaze as a warm smile rose to his lips. It was obviously a doting smile, but it made one's heart ache for him. He suddenly broke free from her grip and avoided her gaze as well. Chapter 804. Chu Shifeng, split up and take esteemed Wang Fei away as fast as you can. Gu Beiyue wasn't sure whether the dark-robed man was after him or Han Yunshi. In this emergency, Han Yunshi's safety came first. Whether it was the white-robed gentleman or Dr. Gu, they all wanted Han Yunshi to be safe. Gu Beiyue finished speaking and ran off in a different direction. Almost at the same time, the assassins rushed over and scattered the shadow guards who were guarding them. Chu Shifeng's heart grew alarmed when he saw the dark-robed assassin looking at them. He immediately pulled Han Yunshi away and ordered a few shadow guard to cover their retreat. They didn't have enough men, so Gu Beiwei only had Su Donglin to protect him. They split up, but the dark-robed assassin didn't hesitate to chase after Gu Beiwei. Lil Thing was the fastest to react. It jumped off Han Yunxi's body and chased after the assassin like an arrow. It jumped onto his body and began to bite him. Unfortunately, Lil Thing had suffered severe injuries on Celestial Mountain and had yet to recover. All it could do was bite wildly. It tasted fresh blood as soon as it bit into the dark-robed assassin's flesh, giving it a start. The dark-robed assassin slapped Lil Thing viciously to the ground. Lil Thing stared blankly at the assassin's retreating form for a long time before it recovered its senses. It chased after him again, but didn't dare to get too close. Instead, it chased after Gu Beiwei. His target is Gu Beiwei. Chu Shifeng, you guys hurry over there, quick! Han Yunxi was about to lose her mind. She'd shot a few poison needles, but to no avail. But Chu Shifeng didn't budge. He even dragged Han Yunxi away. Han Yunxi was furious. She crouched down and forced herself to stop. Chu Shifeng, I'm ordering you to save him. The black-cloved assassin's target was not her, but Gu Beiwei. She could tell that Gu Beiwei's shadow technique was not as good as before. Otherwise, he would have escaped with her. One had to know that in the sinkhole, she had seen the power of his shadow technique. Esteemed Princess Consort, no one can be certain that his target is only Gu Beiwei. We don't have enough people right now, so you must leave first. Once you're safe, this subordinate will immediately come over to support you. Just then, we've already sent out the rescue signal. Reinforcements will be here soon, Chu Shifeng coaxed. I order you to go there immediately. Han Yunxi roared. An expert like the black-cloved assassin could easily kill Gu Beiwei and Su Donglin. Was he supposed to wait for reinforcements to arrive to collect their corpses? Chu Shifeng's martial arts skills were the best of all the Shadow Guard members. If he went to save them, he might be able to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Chu Shifeng was still hesitating when Han Yunxi rose to her feet and grabbed him by the collar. If anything happens to Gu Beiwei, this Wang Fei won't forgive you. Esteemed Princess Consort. Chu Shifeng was still hesitant. His Highness Duke of Qin needed him to do many important things, but ever since the incident at Carefree City, His Highness Duke of Qin had ordered him to stay by esteemed Wang Fei's side and protect her at all times. He was going to arrange for esteemed Wang Fei to go back tonight, so he couldn't let esteemed Wang Fei be in any danger. Esteemed Wang Fei wanted to stay at the poison sect tonight, but he had persuaded her to come back. They had only seen the rescue signal on their way back and met up with Gu Beiwei. If they hadn't run into each other by chance, he wouldn't have let esteemed Wang Fei see any of this. While Chu Shifeng was still hesitating, Su Donglin was sent flying by the sword Qi and slammed to the ground. He spat up a few mouthfuls of blood and tried to stand up, but in the end lost consciousness. Gu Beiwei was facing off against the black-robed assassin by himself. Chu Shifeng was anxious as well. With a single glance, the shadow guards by his side chased after the assassin and surrounded him. Gu Beiwei looked over and shouted at Han Yunxi. Go! Hurry! He himself fled in the opposite direction, but the black-robed assassin's sword suddenly picked up speed and cut down the shadow guards blocking his way. Then he continued to chase after Gu Beiwei. Gu Beiwei used his lightness techniques again and quickly vanished into the darkness. The black-robed assassin chased after him until his figure disappeared as well. If you won't go, I'll go. Han Yunxi grew fierce as she broke free of Chu Shifeng's grip. It was obvious who was stronger and who was weaker. Gu Beiwei was alone, so he'd die without a doubt. Unfortunately, Han Yunxi hadn't taken more than a few steps before Chu Shifeng blocked her way again. Esteemed Wang Fei, it's dangerous, just who are these assassins? You know them? Han Yunxi demanded angrily. Chu Shifeng was astonished. Esteemed Wang Fei, they might know Celestial Mountain's sword skills, but they definitely weren't sent by His Highness Duke of Qin. That black-robed assassin couldn't be His Highness Duke of Qin either. Esteemed Wang Fei, how could you? I didn't say he was Long Fei Yi. Han Yunshi fumed. Chu Shifeng's heart gave a lurch as he realized he'd said the wrong thing. Actually, he had his suspicions too. The black-robed man's sword skills were far too similar to His Highness Duke of Qin's. He didn't want to kill esteemed Wang Fei at all, but only wanted to kill Gu Beiyue. That was even more suspicious. After all, the medical academy was now split between the medical sect and poison sect. Gu Beiyue wasn't in charge of medical city, but the medical sect, while esteemed Wang Fei was in charge of the poison sect. In other words, she controlled half of the medical academy. Esteemed Wang Fei was also the mistress of the South Central Region's commander-in-chief's estate. Her life was worth much more than Gu Beiyue's. Logically speaking, any enemy would want esteemed Wang Fei's life first. But this assassin didn't harbor any enmity towards esteemed Wang Fei. Chu Shifeng knew Gu Beiyue's identity, but His Highness Duke of Qin had once sent Gu Beiyue multiple secret letters to discuss important matters. He wasn't aware of any of them. His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiyue had worked together in the past, so he had no idea either. Esteemed Wang Fei, Chu Shifeng didn't know how to explain himself. Even he felt like he was trying to hide 300 taels of silver here. Actually, Han Yunshi didn't suspect Long Fei Yi at all. She didn't have time to think too much about it. She didn't suspect anyone easily, much less jump to conclusions. She only suspected Chu Shifeng to provoke him into action. Coldly, she cut him off. If it's not Long Fei Yi, then go save him right now. Chu Shifeng still didn't move. Han Yunshi was so angry that she almost spat up blood. Alright, I never expected Long Fei Yi to be this kind of person. Do you want to cross the river and investigate the bridge? If he wants to kill Gu Beiyue today, does that mean he'll kill this Wang Fei tomorrow as well? Chu Shifeng couldn't take it anymore. If this really caused a misunderstanding, he wouldn't be able to bear the responsibility even if he died. Seeing that the remaining shadow guards were still being held back by the 3 assassins, he didn't dare to leave esteemed Wang Fei behind. He could only take her with him and chase after them. But by the time they arrived, Gu Beiyue had already been forced to the edge of a cliff by the dark-robed assassin. The assassin stabbed forward with his sword, leaving Gu Beiyue with nowhere to run. He stepped on empty air. Don't. Han Yunshi's don't was a cry in her heart. The sight before her left her mouth agape, but she couldn't make a sound. How scared must she be to be so scared that she couldn't even make a sound? Chu Shifeng finally threw caution to the wind and threw himself over, but it was too late, too late. Gu Beiyue missed his footing and fell straight down. Gu Beiyue. Han Yunshi finally let out a sound that sounded like a miserable sob, echoing through the entire mountain forest. She threw caution to the wind and rushed over, but the dark-robed assassin suddenly flew into the air and landed on the ground, avoiding her. Han Yunshi rushed to the edge of the cliff and saw the moonlight beneath her feet. Below her was a bottomless abyss that was even darker than the sky pit. Gu Beiyue! Gu Beiyue! You owe me an explanation. Gu Beiyue! Her lips were trembling as her entire body shook. She was on the verge of losing control, but Chu Shifeng caught her in time. Otherwise, she might have toppled over. She struggled free of Chu Shifeng and glared at him. It's all your fault. At this moment, shadows flew down one by one. It was the Shadow Guard. Reinforcements had arrived. 3 black-robed men landed behind the dark-robed assassin, who sheathed his sword. Han Yunshi glared at him, and saw the wound on his shoulder where Lil Thing had bitten him. It was bleeding profusely. Chu Shifeng's heart felt stifled, but he still stood in front of Han Yunshi to protect her. At the same time, he shot a look at the leader of the Shadow Guard. Even though they had the numbers advantage, they were no match for these assassins. That dark-robed assassin's sword skills were comparable to His Highness Duke of Qin's. Even if another group of Shadow Guard came, they still wouldn't be able to take them down. Thus, their top priority was to protect esteemed Wang Fei. Han Yunshi looked at the dark-robed assassin and narrowed her eyes. Once again, the dark-robed assassin avoided her gaze and backed up a few steps before turning to leave. The three assassins brought up the rear and quickly left as well. The shadow guards didn't chase after them. Han Yunxi glanced at Chu Shifeng and didn't have them do the same. After confirming that the assassins had left, Chu Shifeng didn't hesitate to jump into the abyss to search for them. The shadow guards all chased after him, leaving only a few to guard Han Yunxi. Compared to her previous loss of control, Han Yunxi was terrifyingly calm now. Her gaze was fixed on the abyss, as if her soul had been sucked away by the darkness. The shadow guards exchanged glances, not daring to speak. Actually, even someone like Chu Shifeng would have to tread carefully down such a deep abyss, to say nothing of Gu Beiyue. Gu Beiyue had no chance of survival. The tranquil moonlight spilled over the cliffs, shrouding everything in a soundless world. No one noticed that Lil Thing had disappeared. Han Yunxi's mind was a blank. Everything that had happened tonight had been too sudden, whether it was Gu Beiyue's identity, the assassin's sword skills, or the abyss. She didn't want to think about anything except that Chu Shifeng could bring Gu Beiyue up. No matter how long she waited in the darkness, she could still wait for daybreak. Then, would she be able to wait for hope and wait for that man who was as gentle as an April spring breeze? That man had once told her in her most helpless moment, "Miss Yunxi, don't be afraid." But now her entire heart was trembling. She was afraid. Very soon, all of the shadow guards that Long Fei Yi had hidden in Medical City arrived and headed for the abyss in wave. It was almost daybreak, but Han Yunxi's gaze was still fixed on the abyss. Would she wake up from her nightmares at daybreak? Gu Beiyue was in such a big mess, but Gu was still clueless. Currently, he had just left the Nine Lives Hall, his face weary. Mu Ling who was waiting by the door, quickly approached him. "Chi brother, hurry and bathe and change your clothes before you catch any of the infectious diseases inside." Gu creased his brows at Mu Ling before laughing out loud. "Lass, you're so cute. It'd be great if he could catch an infectious disease." Abruptly, Luo Zuishan came to find him. "Shao Qi, something's happened to Dr. Gu. He's on the western cliff of the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds. Hurry and go take a look." Chapter 805. By the time Gu and Mu Ling arrived at the Poison Sect's Forbidden Grounds, it was already daybreak. Han Yunxi was still sitting on the edge of the cliff, staring blankly at the abyss. Last night, she'd seen the abyss with the help of the moonlight, but it was bottomless after daybreak. Chu Shifeng was still searching for people below with a large group of shadow guards. Occasionally, someone would come up to report the situation. Han Yunxi only listened without a word. Gu Qixiao's heart ached at the sight of Han Yunxi's dejected figure, but he didn't know what to do. "Han Yunxi, just what happened last night? Dr. Gu, can Dr. Gu still be saved?" she asked anxiously. Luo Zuishan hadn't told them much on their way here, only that Han Yunxi's group had been attacked last night and that Gu Beiyue had fallen off the cliff. Han Yunxi recovered her wits and glanced at Mu Ling before returning her gaze to the abyss. She didn't say a word. At this moment Chu Shifeng arrived. Mu Ling quickly asked, "Guard Chu, just what's going on? Have you found Dr. Gu yet?" Chu Shifeng sighed. "This abyss is too deep. The top half is all cliffs and bare walls, but the middle is full of large trees and boulders. We spent an entire night searching through all of them, but didn't find Dr. Gu. Then we went further down." Chu Shifeng glanced at esteemed Wang Fei. Although he was afraid, he still spoke the truth. "Currently, we've only found the middle part of the abyss. We haven't reached the bottom yet, but we can hear the sound of water. The sound is very rapid. There should be a stream at the bottom of the abyss, but we don't know how deep it is. Now that our line of sight is clear, this subordinate has already sent people down to scout ahead." "This subordinate?" Chu Shifeng looked timidly towards esteemed Wang Fei. "This subordinate will come up to report." Then, Mu Ling eyes turned red. "Then Dr. Gu's done for. Dr. Gu's such a good person, so how?" Mu Ling would never forget how much Gu Beiwei had taken care of her when she first joined Pill Fiend Pharmacy. Later, Gu Beiwei went to treat Grand Concubine E at the Duke of Qin's estate, leaving her to manage Pill Fiend Pharmacy on her own. Gu Beiwei had done so many things for her in secret. Actually, after Han Yunxi and Long Fei ascended Celestial Mountain, Gu Beiwei had taken care of everything from Pill Fiend Pharmacy to the Commander-in-Chief's estate to the Duke of Qin's estate. Others might not know how hard it was for him, but she knew it clearly. Such a gentle person, such a kind-hearted person, such a quiet person. He pitied all the pitiful people around him. How did he become a pitiful person? No. Doctor won't die. He won't. Mu Ling shot to her feet and flew towards the abyss. I'll go look too, I have to find him. Gu Beiwei finally walked over. He crouched down and stuffed the canteen into Han Yunxi's hands before giving her a long look. Without a word, he flew down and chased after Mu Ling. Few people were loyal to him, but Gu Beiwei was one of them. Gu Beiwei had called him Shao Qi. Just for that, he'd find the man even if he had to climb a mountain of swords or swim through a sea of flames. Chu Shifeng wanted to speak, but stopped himself. He'd rather esteemed Wang Fei scold him and interrogate him instead of staying so quiet like this. He didn't regret protecting esteemed Wang Fei last night instead of saving Gu Beiwei, but that didn't mean he didn't feel pained. He wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he resolutely jumped down and continued to search. It wasn't until noon that Gu Beiwei's group returned to the cliff. Mu Ling couldn't help but sob. Gu Beiwei didn't say a word, so Chu Shifeng bowed his head and reported the situation. Esteemed Wang Fei, there's a river at the bottom of the abyss. The shallowest part is still as deep as a person. The current is very fast. Our people searched for a long time, but found nothing. This subordinate had them keep going downstream. You knew long ago that Gu Beiwei was a descendant of the Shadow Clan? Han Yunxi cut him off. Gu Beiwei and Mu Ling were both surprised. Gu Beiwei was the white-robed gentleman they'd met at the Sky Pit? They both looked towards Chu Shifeng. Chu Shifeng had already sent a message to His Highness Duke of Qin last night, but he hadn't received a reply yet. He had no idea how His Highness Duke of Qin would handle the situation. Faced with esteemed Wang Fei's scrutinizing gaze, he knew he couldn't escape. If he lied, it'd only make it harder for His Highness Duke of Qin to explain himself. He bowed his head and replied honestly, yes. So Long Fei ye knew long ago too? Han Yunxi's voice was tinged with anger. After a while, Chu Shifeng nodded. Yes. Then what kind of person am I? Han Yunxi's temper finally flared up. The white-robed gentleman's appearance had made her suspect her own identity. She'd even discussed it with Long Fei multiple times, but she never expected Gu Beiwei to be the white-robed gentleman. Long Fei had known all along, but kept it from her. Chu Shifeng hastened to explain. Esteemed Wang Fei, it was Dr. Gu himself who wanted to keep this a secret. No wonder His Highness Duke of Qin. Dr. Gu said he was the only remaining member of the Shadow Clan. He didn't know if the Western Qin imperial heir was still alive, nor did he want to search for them. Nor did he want to become the Chu clan's running dog. He said he had a special status and didn't want to stir up trouble. He only wanted to quietly stay as a doctor at Pill Fiend Pharmacy. That's why he begged His Highness Duke of Qin to keep this a secret for him. Esteemed Wang Fei, this is Dr. Gu's private affairs. If he doesn't want you to know, there's nothing His Highness Duke of Qin can do about it, right? In the end, Chu Shifeng's heart was still with his master. Han Yunxi wasn't afraid of being the Western Qin imperial heir, but she was afraid of lies and conspiracies. After hearing Chu Shifeng's explanation, she calmed down and asked, how did Long Fei find out? When did he find out? His Highness has always been suspicious of Dr. Gu. After all, esteemed Wang Fei was close to him. His Highness was worried about esteemed Wang Fei's safety, so he investigated multiple times. Then in Western Zhou, Chu Shifeng explained how Gu Beiwe had been seriously injured by the Chu clan and taken hostage. Han Yunxi finally understood everything, including how Long Feiyi and Gu Beiwe had teamed up to subdue Chu Shifeng to deal with Ning Qing. Does Ning Qing know of Gu Beiwe's identity? Han Yunxi asked next. His Highness already interrogated him. Chu Shifeng didn't say anything, nor did the two elders of the Chu clan. Ning Qing shouldn't know, or else he wouldn't have let Dr. Gu off so easily. Chu Shifeng saw esteemed Wang Fei's lonely expression and was afraid that she wouldn't believe him. He hastened to explain. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness only found out about Dr. Gu's identity after multiple investigations. If Dr. Gu hadn't been seriously injured by the Chu clan, His Highness wouldn't have known his secret either. It really was Dr. Gu who told His Highness to hide the truth from you. Esteemed Wang Fei, aside from this subordinate, none of the Shadow Guard knows of Dr. Gu's identity. His Highness really is. Han Yunxi interrupted again. Cold, she said. If it wasn't Ning Qing, then who wanted to kill him? That person from last night clearly knew of his identity. Hearing this, Chu Shifeng's heart finally settled back into his chest after an entire night of suspense. Fortunately, esteemed Wang Fei hadn't gone into a dead end over Gu Beiyue's identity. Otherwise, even His Highness Duke of Qin wouldn't have been able to explain himself. Chu Shifeng sighed with emotion in his heart. It's no wonder His Highness Duke of Qin has taken a fancy to her. She's different from those unreasonable women. Chu Shifeng secretly rejoiced, but he had no idea how sad Han Yunxi was feeling. She respected Gu Beiyue's privacy, but why was Gu Beiyue hiding it from her when even Long Feiyi knew? She felt like an outsider who'd been excluded from Gu Beiyue and Long Feiyi's circle. Despite her sadness, Han Yunxi didn't blame him. After all, everyone had their own secrets and choices. Just like her transmigrating to this world and her detox system. She smiled bitterly in her heart. Now it looked like Gu Beiwe didn't need to give her an explanation at all. What right did she have to talk to him like that last night? But even if he didn't need to give her an explanation, he still had to come back alive and well. Gu Beiwe, do you know that Yunxi still owes you a thank you? You risked your life to save Jun Yixie's humiliation, leaving her in a sorry state after wrapping her in white robes. She fought with Long Feiyi and injured her shoulder. While she was sleeping soundly, you quietly bandaged her up and left her medicine without leaving a name. Gu Beiwe, you have to admit what you've done. Chu Shifeng seized the chance to explain. Esteemed Wang Fei, last night that person used Celestial Mountain's sword techniques, but it definitely wasn't His Highness Duke of Qin. Before he could finish, Gu grabbed him by the collar. What did you say? Han Yunxi pried his hand away and explained last night's event. Gu mocked, with such formidable sword skills, Long Feiyi should have recognized him. Gu had just found out that Gu Beiwe was a member of the Shadow Clan. On the surface, he looked just as surprised as Mu Ling but his heart was filled with waves of shock. He recalled Mute Granny. He never understood why Long Feiyi had killed Mute Granny. Besides Mu Ingdong and Lady Lianxin, Mute Granny was the only person who knew about Han Yunxi's origins. Long Feiyi had killed Mute Granny to silence her. Long Feiyi hadn't hidden his identity as a member of the poison sect from Han Yunxi, so what was he hiding by killing Mute Granny? Gu Beiwe had been well-behaved for years in Tianning's Imperial Physician Courtyard. If he really wanted to live a peaceful life, why would he have volunteered to be Pill Fiend Pharmacy's resident doctor? Why would he participate in the medical skills competition in such a high-profile manner and take control of Medical City as the head of a faction? A frightening thought rose in Gu's mind, causing his teeth to clench. But he didn't say it aloud. He prayed that Gu Beiwe was the same as him, an exception to everything else. Everything he'd done was because he couldn't control his feelings for this woman. There were no other ulterior motives. Long Feiyi is still recuperating on Celestial Mountain. His injuries are very serious, so it'll take him at least a year or so to recover. It couldn't have been him last night, Han Yunxi intoned. Chu Shifeng immediately broke out in cold sweat. Although His Highness Duke of Qin hadn't given him any instructions, he felt that he had to say everything. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would grow too big. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness Duke of Qin left Celestial Mountain ages ago. His Highness Duke of Qin is at Sandy River right now. He's going to personally lead the troops against Ning Cheng. Everyone fell silent at Chu Shifeng's words. Han Yunxi's expression froze on her face. After a while, she muttered, Chu Shifeng, what did you say? Chapter 806. Han Yunxi couldn't believe her ears. The man she missed and worried about every day had lied to her like this. Every day, she worried about Long Fei Ye's injuries and hoped that she could finish dealing with Medical City as soon as possible. Every day, she tried to figure out how to balance the power of the South Central region's aristocratic families so she could return to Celestial Mountain in one piece and take care of him. But he'd long recovered and left Celestial Mountain. He'd long taken control of the South Central region's Commander-in-Chief's estate and was about to go to war, but she was still in the dark. Long Fei Yi, what kind of person do you think I, Han Yunxi, am? An idiot? Even Chu Shifeng, the head of the Shadow Guard, knew the truth. What did she count for? She finally understood why Long Fei kept sending her empty letters. Faced with her missing him, what else could he do besides sending her empty letters? Seeing esteemed Wang Fei's strange expression, Chu Shifeng's heart pounded so hard that it was about to leap out of his chest. He looked towards Gu and Mu Ling only to see one stunned and the other expressionless. They couldn't help him. What else could Chu Shifeng do besides brace himself and explain? Esteemed Wang Fei, Dr. Gu knows about this too. Don't use Gu Beiwei as the bad guy. Han Yunxi was furious. We don't even know if he's dead or alive, but you still won't let him go? Gu Beiwei had absolute power over the Shadow Clan. But Celestial Mountain, the South Central region's Commander-in-Chief's estate, and the war were all Long Fei Ye's own affairs. He lied to her. It had nothing to do with Gu Beiwei. Chu Shifeng fell to his knees. Esteemed Wang Fei, please calm your anger. His Highness has his own difficulties. Esteemed Wang Fei, you know that Nine Xian Palace has spies who never knew His Highness had left the mountain. His Highness only lied to you because he wanted to hide it from the spies. Esteemed Wang Fei, think about it carefully. In the letter His Highness sent you, did he only mention his injuries, Tianshan Mountain, and the Commander-in-Chief's manor in the south, and not mention Medical City at all? Also, in the letter Your Highness sent to Dr. Gu, did you only mention Medical City, and not Tianshan Mountain and the Commander-in-Chief's manor? Chu Shifeng couldn't help but kowtow, hoping to calm his mistress's anger. He continued, Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness has always suspected that the spies in Celestial Mountain and the Duke of Qin's estate are related to Northern Li. He set up this trap for the sake of today's battle. Northern Li's cavalry has not yet recovered, and His Highness intends to take this opportunity to attack Ning Cheng and directly attack Northern Li. Catch them off guard. Esteemed Wang Fei, His Highness has already told Dr. Gu to send you out of Medical City last night. His Highness has been thinking about you and has been waiting for you at Sand River. Who knew that last night? Chu Shifeng spoke from the bottom of his heart and lungs, revealing everything he knew about the situation. So his injuries on Celestial Mountain were all an act to trick me too? Han Yunxi asked in disbelief. She'd cried herself hoarse then. How could Long Fei Yi be so ruthless? Esteemed Wang Fei, if it wasn't for that act, how could the spies have believed His Highness was seriously injured? Chu Shifeng retorted. Then why did Bailey Mingxiang go to Celestial Mountain? Han Yunxi asked next. This, esteemed Wang Fei, although His Highness wasn't seriously injured, he was still injured. Dr. Gu didn't lie when he told Miss Bailey to go up the mountain for acupuncture treatment. Actually, Chu Shifeng didn't know about the dual cultivation incident either. So he's fully recovered now? Han Yunshi asked coldly. No matter how angry she was, she still missed that man. He only left the mountain after he recovered. Esteemed Wang Fei, this subordinate has already reported last night's events to His Highness. Those people last night weren't simple, so Medical City isn't safe anymore. This subordinate will send you to Sand River to see His Highness first. He'll definitely explain everything to you, Chu Shifeng coaxed. I won't leave Medical City until I find Gu Beiwei. Han Yunshi was resolute. Chu Shifeng panicked. But, although he didn't want to say it, he had no choice. Esteemed Wang Fei, Dr. Gu's odds are against him. Han Yunshi could tell what Chu Shifeng meant. Stealing her heart, she said coldly, if he's alive, I want to see him. If he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Esteemed Wang Fei, Chu Shifeng kowtowed again. Esteemed Wang Fei, this subordinate swears with my life and all of the Shadow Guard's lives that the assassins last night weren't His Highness Duke of Qin. Chu Shifeng, listen to me. I don't suspect him. Han Yunshi made her stance clear. That's right. Even now, Han Yunshi had never suspected Long Fei Yi. She would personally demand an explanation from him for his deceit. But that had nothing to do with last night's assassination attempt. Her heart was aching to death, but her mind was clear. Everything about the assassin last night was extremely similar to Long Fei Yi's. The assassin's swordsmanship skills, his silent style, his lack of reaction to Gu Beiyue's shadow arts, his purposeful avoidance of her gaze, and his lack of enmity all pointed to Long Fei Yi. But they lacked a reason to kill Gu Beiyue no matter what. Ever since they'd arrived at Celestial Mountain, Gu Beiyue had been Long Fei Yi's most capable assistant. His cooperation with Long Fei Yi was extremely important, so what reason did Long Fei Yi have to kill Gu Beiyue? Chu Shifeng felt as if he'd been granted amnesty. He didn't know what to say but kept kowtowing. Esteemed Wang Fei is wise and brilliant. Esteemed Wang Fei is wise and brilliant. Han Yunshi took a deep breath and told herself to calm down. Actually, she didn't want to calm down at all. Gu Beiyue's death made her so miserable that she wanted to cry. Long Fei Yi's lies made her so angry that she wanted to rush to his face and demand answers. But she had no time to feel sad or angry. She told herself to calm down. Last night's assassin clearly had ill intentions. If she didn't calm down, she'd definitely fall into a trap. Even if she had to pay the price for Gu's sake, for the sake of Gu Beiyue's hard-earned position as academy head, she had to force herself to calm down. She glanced at Luo Zuishan and said cold, Elder Luo, go tell Vice Academy Head Shin to hurry to the study and wait for me. Dr. Gu's fall off the cliff must be kept a secret. Luo Zuishan knew the severity of the situation and quickly left to carry out her orders. Poison lass, leave the search to me. Gu's face was taut as he hid all his thoughts. It was rare for him to be so serious. Seventh young master, please protect esteemed Wang Fei. Last night's assassin's martial arts were on par with His Highness Duke of Qin. Only you can protect esteemed Wang Fei now, Chu Shifeng said urgently. Gu laughed coldly. Han Yunshi felt helpless and said, if that person wanted to take my life last night, would I still be standing here? Chu Shifeng felt resentful, but had no words to retort. Mu Ling suddenly exclaimed, Han Yunshi, where's Lil Thing? Lil Thing likes Dr. Gu the most. It'll definitely be able to find Dr. Gu. I hope it can find him too. Han Yunshi sighed heavily, then told Gu, old fiend, I can't summon Lil Thing. It's very far away from me. After realizing that Lil Thing was missing, Han Yunshi had been trying to summon it from her poison storage space. Unfortunately, she hadn't been able to summon it. This meant that Lil Thing was very far away from her and out of range. She wasn't sure if Lil Thing had gone to chase after the assassins or Gu Beiyue. She'd rather Lil Thing had foolishly chased after the assassins. If that was the case, then there was still hope to find Gu Beiyue. But if Lil Thing had gone to chase after Gu Beiwe, Han Yunshi didn't dare to think any further. Gu understood her meaning and muttered, "Find him no matter how far away he is." Then he flew back into the abyss. Mu Ling hesitated before grabbing Han Yunshi's hand and squeezing it. "Han Yunshi, Dr. Gu is the best person. He'll definitely be fine." So speaking, she flew down to chase after Gu Qishao. Han Yunshi sniffed and said to Chu Shifeng, "Let's go back to Medical City." Back to Medical City, they'd hide last night's events and stabilize the situation. Then they'd continue Gu Beiyue's unfinished business and cooperate with the Long Fei Ye's campaign at Sandy River. On the way back, Han Yunshi even asked Chu Shifeng what she should do for Gu Beiyue so she could continue cooperating with the Long Fei Ye's plans. She was frightened by her own calm. She'd always been a rational person, but never knew she could be this rational. This wasn't rationality at all, but stupidity. She was easy to bully. She knew that the reason she was so rational was because the person she was dealing with was him, the Long Fei Yi. Her greatest rationality was, in fact, irrationality. "Long Fei Yi, do you know? Even though my heart hurts, I still miss you. I want to see you and be by your side." By the time Han Yunshi reached Gu Beiyue's study, and was about to discuss with Shen Jueming how to hide Gu Beiyue's ambush, a piece of news shattered all of her rationality and irrationality. News of the battle at Sandy River had arrived. Last night, the Bailey army had launched a surprise attack on Tianing. In one night, 3 armies had successfully crossed the fierce waters of Sandy River and killed their way into Tianing territory. Ning Cheng's troops were caught off guard and were defeated one by one. By this morning, they'd lost 2 cities and retreated to the largest city in Tianing's southern regions, South Shao Prefecture. The Ning clan troops took advantage of the terrain and deployed all of their red coat cannons to defend the city. Only then did they manage to maintain a stalemate with the Bailey army. The Bailey army had been able to cross the river in one night only because they'd mobilized a mermaid army to control the Sandy River's waters. News of last night's battle had spread throughout Cloud Realm continent by this morning. No one expected the Bailey Navy to be the legendary mermaid army. But that wasn't the most shocking part. The most shocking part was the Bailey army's flag, a large coiling dragon with white characters on a black background. Long Fei Yi was Tianing's Duke of Qin, so he'd once personally used a black flag with a strong white Qin character on it. After all, the great Qin Empire's East and West imperial clans both had the same Qin character on their flags. Western Qin's flag had black characters on a white background, while East Qin's had white characters on a black background. The only difference between Long Fei Ye's flag and the East Qin's was the coiling dragon totem on the back. This time, the Bailey Navy's flag wasn't Tianing's Duke of Qin's flag, but the East Qin imperial clans. The same coiling dragon was engraved on the back. Bailey Yuanlong publicly announced that the Bailey clan was not only a mermaid clan, but also a member of the 7 noble families, the Bai clan, who had been loyal to the East Qin imperial clan for generations. He also exposed the Ning clan's relationship with Cloud Realm Trade Consortium and revealed that the Ning clan was the D clan, one of the 7 noble families who'd been missing for many years. Long Fei Ye's battle was the start of a war against the D clan in the name of the East Qin imperial clan. Chapter 807. After learning of Long Fei Ye's true identity, Han Yunshi sat there in a daze, unable to recover her senses for a long time. Shen Jueming knitted his brows in worry, while Luo Zuishan's expression was gloomy and furious. To them, this news was too sudden and shocking. Meanwhile, Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin stood on one side with their heads bowed, afraid to look at esteemed Wang Fei's face. In the silence of the room, the slanting sunlight was like the footprints of time. As the sun set in the west, it gradually faded away until it disappeared behind the window. A servant girl came in to light the lamp, but Shen Jueming dismissed her. Shen Jueming lit the lamp himself and broke the silence. Esteemed Wang Fei, Dr. Gu's matter. Only then did Han Yunshi raise her head. She wasn't sure if it was because she hadn't slept all night, but her bright eyes were now dim and lifeless. She looked like she'd fallen ill and was extremely wan and sallow. She took a sip of water before answering Shen Jueming. I'll use Gu Beiyue's name to issue orders for the Academy head to abolish the medical sanctions ban. We'll forever maintain a neutral stance. No matter the reason, the Medical Academy will never participate in the struggles of any country or organization. It's only responsible for its patients. Jueming was thrilled. This is Medical City's fortune and Cloud Realm Continent's fortune. Esteemed Wang Fei is wise and brilliant. Jueming wasn't sure if Han Yunxi had long known about Long Fei Ye's origins, but he was worried that Han Yunxi would use Medical City as a weapon to punish Tianning if the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate went to war with Tianning. In that case, Han Yunxi hadn't disappointed him. It's not that I'm wise and brilliant, but Gu Beiyue's intentions to begin with. Send orders that Dr. Gu will enter seclusion today and won't see anyone or any patients. The Academy head's affairs will be handled by the Vice Council and Council of Elders, Han Yunxi added. Esteemed Wang Fei, don't worry. Old man knows what to do. As Shen Jueming spoke, he gave Luo Zuishan a look, indicating for him to leave. However, Luo Zuishan pretended not to see and refused to leave. Shen Jueming had no choice but to leave first. Firstly, he didn't want to interfere too much with the affairs of the South Central Commander-in-Chief's manor. Secondly, Gu Beiyue's fate was unknown. There were many things in the Medical Academy that he had to take charge of. After Shen Jueming left, Luo Zuishan immediately sneered. No wonder. No wonder. What do you mean? Su Donglin asked angrily. The Shadow Clan's loyalty to Western Qin's royal family is well known to the world. The East Qin Crown Prince killing him is perfectly justified. Luo Zuishan suppressed his anger. As a doctor, he respected Gu Beiyue and remembered Gu Beiyue's kindness in saving Shao Qi. After hearing about last night's events on the cliff and learning of Long Fei Ye's true identity, it was hard for him not to suspect the Long Fei Yi. Luo Zuishan, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't speak whatever you want. Do you know what you're saying? May I ask Guard Chu, if you and your master both know Dr. Gu's identity, does Dr. Gu know that your master is a descendant of the East Qin Imperial clan? Luo Zuishan asked. At this, Han Yunxi finally looked towards Chu Shifeng. Without a doubt, she wanted to ask the same question. Chu Shifeng pursed his lips, unable to answer. From what he understood, His Highness Duke of Qin hadn't revealed any information about East Qin to Gu Beiyue. If that was revealed, Gu Beiyue would hate His Highness more than anything, much less work with him. Actually, Chu Shifeng couldn't figure out his master either. He always thought that His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiyue were working together purely to use Gu Beiyue. It wasn't until His Highness Duke of Qin gave the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate to Gu Beiyue and secretly worked with him to deal with the old fox that he discovered that His Highness Duke of Qin trusted Gu Beiyue completely. Even now, he couldn't figure out why His Highness Duke of Qin trusted the Shadow Clan. The Shadow Clan was loyal to Western Qin's Imperial Clan to the death, which meant they were East Qin's old enemies. Guard Chu, I'm asking you a question, Luo Zuishan urged. Chu Shifeng knew that if he answered truthfully, it'd be disadvantageous for His Highness, but he also knew he couldn't lie about this. Who would believe that the Shadow Clan would work with the East Qin Crown Prince willingly? Luo Zuishan waited patiently while Han Yunxi remained silent. In the end, Chu Shifeng gave in to the pressure and said, Dr. Gu didn't know. Han Yunxi remained expressionless, but her hands tightened around her teacup. Luo Zuishan shot to his feet and demanded, What kind of good intentions does Long Fei Yi have? Perhaps Luo Zuishan's voice was too loud, but Han Yunxi's body visibly trembled. Luo Zuishan, this has nothing to do with you, please. Luo Zuishan cut him off before he could finish. Academy head Gu's business is my medical academy's business. How could it have nothing to do with old man? You don't dare to answer old man's questions. What, do you have a guilty conscience? His Highness Duke of Qin gave the South Central Region's Commander-in-Chief's estate to Gu Beiwei. How could he have bad intentions? Chu Shifeng argued. Then why did Long Feiyi hide his identity from Dr. Gu? Luo Zuishan asked next. Chu Shifeng was at a loss for words. His Highness Duke of Qin and Gu Beiwei were absolute opposites. There was no reason for them to make peace. They could only hide things and use them. This was a dead end. Just like the enmity between the imperial clans of Eastern and Western Qin, it would never be resolved. Chu Shifeng couldn't explain himself, so he could only look towards Han Yunshi. Esteemed Wang Fei, that man from last night couldn't have been His Highness. He's still in the army, so how could he be in Medical City? He thought, I can only do my best to convince esteemed Wang Fei that the dark-robed assassin wasn't His Highness Duke of Qin. That's the only way to give His Highness Duke of Qin a chance to explain himself. Han Yunshi's eyes flickered with disappointment. Chu Shifeng had no idea how much his mistress wanted him to keep explaining himself and give her a reason to stop her suspicions. Long Feiyi isn't the only expert in Tianshan Kenzo, right? Luo Zuishan laughed coldly. Esteemed Wang Fei, this subordinate doesn't understand the relationship between His Highness and Gu Beiwei either. But this subordinate is certain that the man from last night wasn't His Highness. Esteemed Wang Fei, you mustn't think too much. This subordinate will arrange for you to go back right now. If there's anything, you can discuss it with His Highness face to face. It's better than making wild guesses here. Chu Shifeng coaxed. Han Yunshi finally spoke, her voice as cold as water. He not only tricked Gu Beiwei, but me as well. After everything that had happened last night, she still insisted that the assassin wasn't Long Feiyi. Wasn't it because Long Feiyi lacked a reason to kill Gu Beiwei? And now, Long Fei's birth was the reason. How could she trust him now? How could she not be suspicious? He hid his injuries and put on an act for the spies, so she'd accept it. But why did he hide his identity? Even if she wanted to admit it, she needed a reason. Moreover, she didn't want to admit it. Over the past 3 to 4 years, she'd discussed the enmity between the Eastern and Western Qin multiple times, as well as the whereabouts of the 7 noble families. When she suspected that she was a descendant of the Western Qin imperial clan, she even told him that if she really was, she couldn't help him take control of Cloud Realm continent. But what about him? He'd hidden himself so deeply. She'd even asked his birth parents about it, but he'd pushed everything to the Tang clan. Just because she didn't pursue the matter didn't mean she could lie to him. Liking someone had nothing to do with his past or identity. She respected his past and his privacy, waiting for the day when he was willing to tell her everything. But who would have thought that she'd find out everything about him in this way? When Gu Beiwei was assassinated and the war broke out, he announced everything to the world. Did that count as telling her? Then what did she count for? In his heart, was she any different from the rest of the world? What a joke! Chu Shifeng broke out in cold sweat. He was so nervous that he didn't know what to say. Su Donglin hastened to explain himself. Esteemed Wang Fei, that assassin from last night had martial arts skills on par with His Highness. Even Celestial Mountain doesn't have people like that. The honored elders won't leave the mountain, you know that. Hearing this, Chu Shifeng perked up again. Luo Zuishan didn't know that the old man in Kenzo had lost all his martial arts for the sake of His Highness Duke of Qin, but esteemed Wang Fei did. Esteemed Wang Fei, it's very possible that the assassin from last night was from the heretical sword sect, Chu Shifeng said urgently. Han Yunshi waved a hand. All of you get out. Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin still wanted to coax her, but Luo Zuishan shooed them out. Luo Zuexiao wanted to stay, but Han Yunshi chased her out as well. Luo Zuishan immediately went to the poison sect's forbidden grounds to find Gu, while Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin stood guard outside, their hearts burning with anxiety. Boss, has His Highness replied yet? Su Donglin asked in a low voice. It'd be good if he did. Chu Shifeng's handsome face was as sorrowful as an old tangerine. This won't do. I have to write another letter to His Highness. Esteemed Wang Fei must be suspecting him. Boss, say, why did His Highness, why did he lie to esteemed Wang Fei? Su Donglin asked timidly. When Chu Shifeng didn't answer, he muttered to himself, esteemed Wang Fei and Dr. Gu are close friends. Could it be that His Highness was afraid of esteemed Wang Fei's objections, so he hid everything and used Gu Beiwei to cut the weeds and dig up the roots? Slap. There was a loud thud as Chu Shifeng slapped Su Donglin's mouth. Su Donglin wanted to cry from the pain, but he didn't dare to speak. Chu Shifeng went to write a letter and came back when he saw Tang Li had arrived. But Tang Li had been turned away at the door just like the rest of them. Su Donglin had already told Tang Li everything. You mean to say that my big bro didn't tell her about the East Qin Imperial clan before the war started? Tang Li couldn't believe it. Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin both shook their heads. That's impossible. Tang Li grew anxious. My big bro would definitely tell her something so important before the war started. Didn't she get my big bro's letter last night? Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin still shook their heads. Then what about Gu Beiwei? Did Gu Beiwei get the letter? Tang Li asked next. Chu Shifeng and Su Donglin shook their heads again. Last night, Long Fei Yi had not only written a huge letter to Beiwei, but also sent a shadow guard to tell him a few things. Unfortunately, the shadow guard who knew the details had died at the hands of an assassin last night. Just what did the shadow guard say to Gu Beiwei? What did he put in the letter for Gu Beiwei? It had already disappeared into the abyss with Gu Beiwei. Tang Li felt a little powerless. He, Chu Shifeng, and Su Donglin all sat by the door, waiting for Long Fei Ye's reply. The East Qin Crown Prince's battle for revenge not only shocked Medical City, but all of Cloud Realm continent. Bai Yanqing almost fell out of his chair when he heard the news. He grabbed Bai Yuqiao by the collar and raged, Impossible! Long Fei Ye's still recovering on Celestial Mountain.